Thank you, Victor. Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends. I'm sure you've been already welcomed by my colleagues, Dejene and Victor. I would like to also welcome you all to Vienna for the 2023 annual planning retreat of the Common African Agro-Parks Technical Working Group. Conceptualized in 2019, the program is one of the concrete initiatives of the Comprehensive African Agricultural Development Program in support of the Malabo Declaration, in particular, the tripling of intra-African trade for agricultural commodities and services by 2025. Since the program's inception, much has been achieved. I would like in this regard to acknowledge all program partners and institutions for their commendable actions taken so far. Your efforts allowed the Common African Agro-Parks to be considered as a flagship program in the second 10-year implementation plan of the African Union's Agenda 2063. As underlined by Commissioner Sacco, implementing the CAAPs is no longer optional. There can be no shortcut to the sustainable transformation of the continent's agriculture. Doing so will ultimately boost integration through trade and industrialization in the context of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, under the leadership of our Director General, Gerd Muller, UNIDO is developing regional strategies to better serve our member states. I'm pleased to inform that the Africa strategy is under its last stage of finalization. We have been taking stock of activities and lessons learned over the last decade. We are examining to what extent our strategies, technical assistance, policies, and frameworks have effectively been implemented and translated into sustainable development outcomes. And most importantly, we are analyzing shortfalls and how to address them. We look forward to build results and effect impactful change by transforming the African food system. Our aim is to alleviate poverty, advance food security, promote sustainable development, and create productive jobs, especially for women and youth. UNIDO looks forward to promote targeted actions that will make agribusiness competitive, with a clear pathway to create hubs that will build sustainable cross-border market linkages. This is in response to the continent's demand for an increasing supply of locally produced agricultural goods. This will help reverse projections on Africa food imports by stimulating the value-added processing of agricultural products to boost intra-African trade and investment. There is no denying that industrial development is a key pathway for Africa to advance its agricultural development agenda. We need to build multi-stakeholder partnerships and a supporting ecosystem to address all vulnerabilities of African agriculture and strengthen Africa's resilience to sudden shocks. Seen in this light, our retreat is an excellent opportunity for you to benefit from UNIDO's expertise in industrial park development. Similarly, our experience in innovative financial schemes helps stimulate private and public investments in agro-industry. We also seek to connect all agro-park initiatives to answer to Africa's food gap, which is presently filled largely by imports. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the ideas and proposals emanating from our discussion will help enhance the work that has already been done. It will generate momentum for a robust implementation plan and strategy for our upcoming activities and inform our collaboration with key partners. I would like to stop here and thank you all for your attention and wish you continued fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Aida, for this insightful word. I think we really take note of particularly UNIDO strategy, the ongoing effort to connect all the industrial park initiatives in the continent has been at the heart of our discussion, notably yesterday, the networking of what we have been doing in the continent. Without further delay, I'll give now the floor to Mr. Komla from the CAAPs-TWG Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, colleagues. First of all, I would like to appreciate Madam Fatou Haidara. I would also like to express our sincere apologies on behalf of the African Union Commission. This statement was supposed to be made by my senior colleague, Dr. Edeme, who could not make it here this morning for many other obvious reasons. And I will simply read the statement on her behalf. I'm Komla Bisi. I work currently as a senior advisor to the Secretary General of the AFCF Secretariat, but I'm seconded to the Secretariat by the African Union Commission. So I take responsibility to step in for my colleague. So I will read her statement. On behalf of Excellency Ambassador Joseph Asako, the Commissioner for the Department for Agriculture, Rural Development, and Sustainable Economy of the African Union Commission, I would like to welcome all of us here to this important meeting of the CAAPs Technical Working Group today. Allow me, colleagues, to also appreciate here the proactive engagement of the leadership of UNIDO to this important program for Africa. The visit of the DG of UNIDO to the African Union Commission in October last year to discuss the CAAPs gave a strong signal of UNIDO's attachment and commitment to this process. I equally wish to appreciate the considerable effort and contribution of several other partners that have been on board the technical working group and have been working hard to advance the agenda on the CAAPs. Our appreciation also goes to the Afrexim Bank and FAO, who had provided some catalytic funding to support the CAAPs coordinating activities. And our appreciation goes to UNECA, IFPRI, and other AU organs, AFCFTA Secretariat, AU AUDA NEPAD, PAFO, FARA, as the CAAP Secretariat for the excellent technical contribution to the development of the CAAP, including the African Development Bank, COMESA, and the Côte d'Ivoire Ghana Cocoa Initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, the third meeting of the steering committee of the CAAPs organized on the 16th February 2023 in the margins of the 36th AU Summit requested the African Development Bank to join the steering committee, the CAAPs Technical Committee, and the CAAPs Technical Working Group. So let me use this opportunity to welcome the AFDB into the CAAPs committees. The CAAP program aims to promote complementary and collective actions for Africans to establish transboundary mega agro-industries, food reserves, and food supply corridors in Africa, based on competitive regional value chains to allow Africa to reach the ambition of tripling intra-Africa trade for agricultural commodities and services as adopted in June 2024 Malabo Declaration on Agricultural Transformation, and to offset the continent's ever-increasing food import bill projected to be $110 billion from 2015. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to inform you that the CAAPs was endorsed by the CAAPs Steering Committee in February 2023 to be considered as one of the flagship programs contributing to the implementation of the AU Agenda 2063. This is pending further approval for relevant AU organs in the current year. All this constitute the momentum that has been built from the combination of individual efforts of your respective institutions and requires more and ever lifting to be sustained. This is one of the reasons why this 2023 annual planning of the CAAPs Technical Working Group is being organized for us to reflect on implementation approaches for the upcoming activities, which include, plans for strengthening partnership for conducting the technical studies, plans for harmonizing existing agro-industrial interventions in AU member states, plans for joint financial resource mobilization for implementing the CAAP programs, including coming up with proposal mechanisms for the harmonization of agro-parks initiatives in Africa. It is in this regard, ladies and gentlemen, that the CAAPs Technical Working Group over the last 3 years has been focusing on one, developing proposal for the CAAPs project preparation programs in line with the commitment in Niamey Joint Declaration of the 10 CAAP demonstration projects and the associated interventions for having Zimbabwe and Zambia CAAP and the Côte d'Ivoire Ghana Cocoa CAAP are the first 2 CAAP projects. Developing proposals for mapping potential locations for cluster of the CAAPs agro-industries, food reserves, and food supply corridors, and supporting infrastructure and natural resources. Number 3, also discussing approaches and technical details of the 5 regional consultation workshops for engaging with the AU member states and RECs on the CAAPs. We also be discussing resource mobilization for implementing the CAAPs. As well as I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I reiterate on behalf of the AUC a call for stronger partnership for implementing the CAAPs through harmonized interventions. I would like to once again welcome all of us to this meeting, and on behalf of the Commission, I wish us a successful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Komla, for this strong message from the Africa Union Commission. We know that we are together on the same boat with strong leadership, the Africa Union. Now, I would like to, if the time allows, if Mr. Aidara can grant us a few minutes to allow quickly the colleagues here in the House to say a few words in relation with the contribution in the CAAPs. So thank you very much. So we start quickly on the right with we have Farah who is there, Farah, and then Komesa. Over to you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Anselmo Udunsi. I've been playing the role of coordinating the this platform of the Common African Agro-Park on behalf of FARA. So up here I'm representing my executive director of FARA, Dr. Yemi Akimanjo, who actually sent a strong message to this group on appreciating what you have been doing under this process. You have a strong contribution from several partners here, as have been listed, and those contributions help us to actually play the leadership role that African Union has given to FARA in providing the technical coordination of this program. Most importantly here, what needs to be known here is that we are here actually to come up with concrete deliverable. And as mentioned by Komla in the speech, actually, they are clear, and I appreciate what have been done for the last 2 days, and back later on the detail. But is to know that FARA has been coordinating with, let's say, a situation where we have lack of resource. We have assigned staff. We are putting a lot of resources since 2019 to developing this program. And the message that we are sending out here is, if any partners, joining this program has any kind of support, not only financial support, most importantly, technical support. We have seen the concrete example from UNIDO contributing a lot when it comes to staff time to this process. So if any of the other partners that have means, or also other resources to put on this platform to help us to advance this program in a more coordinated manner. So I thank you, for all of you being here. I also want to thank UNIDO for hosting us, and I'm sure by the end of this 4 days, we'll come up with concrete results that we actually share to all the partners. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ansem from FARA, Mrs. Providence from COMESA.
Thank you, Jemba, and thank you, Madam Deputy Director, for hosting us in this beautiful city of Vienna. What I'd like to add to your wonderful opening remark, both the AUC as well, UNIDO, is that representing a regional economic community here to share our experience in promoting and helping our member state to establish industrial park, special economic zone. It's of very paramount importance to us as a lake, especially as we work together to support the African Union to achieve the Agenda 2063. COMESA facilitated the first CAAP program in the region as per our mandate under Article 99 of our treaty, which call for cooperation in industrial development. So the two member states, Zambia and Zimbabwe, agreed to be like the pilot in this program. So the last 3 years, together with UNIDO, especially on the technical aspects, because they have been really helping us a lot to shape this program before even we started being at the continental level. So we learned a lot. We learned that in order to successfully implement this program, we need very strong engagement with a number of stakeholders before even going transboundary. Internally, the consultation are huge. It takes time for people to understand the idea. And that's what I shared with the participant here, where we came from, the regulatory, the legal framework that need to be placed. We will no longer use the term harmonize, but we need to work together to come up with a common understanding in order to advance a common agenda. We also shared some of the challenge we face, such as resource mobilization, because to start this initiative, it requires a high investment, which most of the time RECs we don't have, and also member states have other competing priority. Our industrial strategy recognizes establishment of industrial parks and SEZ as a key enabler to industrialization, but not much have been done at member state. Yes, we have this many infrastructure across the continent recognized as industrial parks or a special economic zone, but they are not yielding the desired output, and they are not linked to the source. Like my sister here, the farmers, how are farmers benefiting from all this infrastructure that the government have done? So there is a weak linkages, supply chain linkages with the production and the processing units and the marketing. So one of the model that we want to really see happening in the CAAP is that strong linkages, both forward, backward, and linkages, so that we make sure that this time the CAAPs are working and they're helping us create jobs, have industrial goods, and we are able to reduce dependence on imported goods, especially on agriculture. That's what I wanted to add, and we appreciate for your hosting, and thank you again for your technical support.
Very much, Providence, for these remarks. So we go our association, Pan-African Association of Farmer, without whom nothing can be done at the level of processing. Over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Fatou, for this opportunity and for welcoming us. My name is Elizabeth Nsimadala. I'm a farmer from Uganda, the president of the Eastern Africa Farmers Federation, and also the director of Women Affairs at the Pan-Africa Farmers Organization. So on my behalf and on behalf of the PAFO president, Mr. Koliang Parebere, whom I represent in this TCT committee, I would like also to Greatly thank UNIDO for hosting us, and also want to add FAO for supporting us to be here. Again, I want to thank AUC for really convening all these partners. For a program to work, there has to be someone to take leadership, and AUC is really taking this leadership in bringing all of us as partners together on the same table. Looking at this CAAPs program for us as the Pan-Africa Farmers Organization, it's really in line with our strategic plan, which is focusing on agriculture as a business and anchored around economic services, around innovation, around resilience of farmers, and also policy and advocacy, which is our key mandate as a farmers organization. Maybe briefly to tell you about PAFO, we are a continental platform that brings together farmers of Africa with a footprint in 50 countries, with over 80 national level farmers organization and representing over 80 million smallholder farmers. So looking at this CAAPs concept, you see there is a key role that farmers have to play, since it is around agro-processing. And of course, for agro-processing to be successful, there has to be sustainable supply of raw materials. And we believe that Pan-Africa Farmers Organization have a key role through our member organization in all these countries where we have a footprint, using our cooperative model, which of course rotates around aggregation of the farmers, given that our African agriculture is sustainable in nature, smallholder in nature. So to achieve the required quantities and the required quality, we have to use farm organizations and cooperatives. So I mean, as PAFO, we are committed, and our member organizations are very committed. We look at CAAPs as one of those programs that are going to be game changers on this continent to address the challenges that the continent is facing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this word. So for the sake of time, we just try to, please, I'm sorry. Now we have AUC on the side of Commissioner Mushanga. That's a team, economic development. Bernard? Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Facilitator. Good morning, Madam Deputy Director. It's really a pleasure having you among us. And so Jean-Bertrand Azapmo is my name, and I am the Principal Advisor to the African Union Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry, and Minerals. And as you can see from the title of our department, we are at the heart of this whole process. And we look forward to continuing our engagement with UNIDO and all the other partners here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernard. We have our technical arm, Oda Nepad.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Madam Deputy Director General of UNIDO, and we already have a linkage coming from the same tribe, the Soninke, in Senegal and Mali. I am here on behalf of Her Excellency Mrs. Nardos Bekele Thomas, the CEO of the African Union Development Agency. And we are really the agency to implement all the mandates related to development in Africa. It's a relatively young agency because it has moved from the Secretariat to a development agency. And we implement the Agenda 2063 by really putting emphasis on infrastructure, on industrialization, land restoration, agriculture, and all those contributing to CAAPs. We do also a lot of resource mobilization, being technical, being financial, to especially support the feasibility, pre-feasibility phases of all our development program, because we know that that component usually is not taking into account or funded by investors. So we have this enabling role to play, and we are very pleased to be here at UNIDO. Thank you very much.
Very much our colleague from Oda Nepad for this encouraging word. And now FAO.
Good morning, Madam Haidara, sorry. So my name is Kofi Amaguto. I'm a senior policy officer at the regional office of FAO in Africa. I represent FAO within the technical working group for the CAAP initiative. And from our side, we believe the vision behind the CAAP is very ambitious, but at the same time, we think that it is feasible. And FAO count on strong partnership and collaboration to support the effort toward achieving the goals or that are set under the CAAP initiative. And we look forward to working with all other partners and to support the effort. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Kofi, for this word. Now our think tank, our UN think tank for Africa, Medad.
Thank you so much, Mr. Facilitator, and good morning, everyone. My name is Medhat Al-Helbi. I'm currently the OIC of the Agriculture Section of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. It's a pleasure to be here. ECA recognize how agro-parks is very vital to promote agro-industry, specifically in the context of Africa. This is why we are very much honored and glad to be part of this initiative. To us, agro-industry is an essential tool to achieve Agenda 2063 and 2030 as well. If there is, as a matter of fact, we do believe if there is one and only one thing that could help us to achieve Agenda 2030 and 2063, it should be agro-industry. This is why we're very much keen to be part of this great initiative and of the leadership of the African Union Commission. And we come here in addition to our extensive experience in socioeconomics in Africa, working in Africa since 1959, not me, I mean the agency. It's in addition to our expertise in agro-industry. Recently, we're very much happy with the work that we're doing with COMESA to establish evidence for the first ever common agro-park in Africa, which is Zambia and Zimbabwe. In addition to 14 country case studies that were the base to develop a guidelines that is going to be a guidelines to promote agro parks in Africa, which is going to be very soon finalized with the help of the respected members of this great committee. So thank you so much. It's an honor to be part of this committee, and thank you for the conveners of this meeting and organizers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Meda, for this word. Now the word to John from IFPRI.
Thank you again. Thank you and good morning again, Madam Fatou, and thank you for hosting us here. I'm John Ulimwengu, Senior Research Fellow at the International Food Policy Research Institute based in Washington, D.C., but we have a very strong presence in Africa with a regional office in Dakar and Addis. We are in the business of knowledge production, capacity building, and policy design. Been involved in supporting AUC with the CAADP agenda from the beginning. We see CAAP as a continuation of that agenda. We see CAAP as a transformative initiative that if we are in business of food system transformation, the CAAP should be considered as the driver of that transformation. And we believe that a successful implementation of CAAP cannot be achieved unless it is evidence-driven. And we are in the business of providing evidence. So we are happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this word, short and sweet word, as we used to say now. Generally, we have Zambia and Zimbabwe that have been participating in the meeting. Today, I don't think they are represented here. I would like to give the floor quickly to AFCHE Secretariat, and then we close with AUC, RB. Yeah, if you please, because then...
Yeah, good morning once again, and colleagues, all protocols observed. I bring you warm regards on behalf of His Excellency Wamkelemeni, the Secretary General of the AFCF Secretariat. I must mention that the AFCFTA recognizes the importance of agriculture in transforming Africa's development agenda, and more specifically to the success of the AFCFTA. If the sector employs majority of our people and contributes largely to our economies, it means therefore that the effectiveness of the AFCFTA or the success of the AFCFTA will depend on the effectiveness of the agriculture sector. Therefore, we see the CAAPs as an instrument that could help us to be able to develop appropriate value chains for AFCFTA markets and AFCFTA implementation. And on this note, I thank you for inviting us once again to this meeting. And I recognize my colleague, Temba Kumalo, who could not join us here, but had been online from the beginning of the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Madam Haidara, Deputy to the DG and Managing Director UNIDO. I first would like to start by expressing my very sincere apologies for arriving here very late. We thought we had known our lines, and then we left at 8 in the morning, and then we sort of missed which line we're supposed to take. And so unfortunately, we arrived in the time we're arriving. So my apologies, it was not deliberate that we had to come very late to the opening of the meeting. But I believe my colleague, Mr. Komla Bisi, had already read my statement on my behalf. And basically just to underscore a few points. First of all, to start by expressing the Commission's, and through the commissioners, the two commissioners, Commissioner for Agricultural Rural Development, Blue Economy, Ambassador Joseph Asako, and also His Excellency Ambassador Albert Muchanga, the Commissioner for Economic Affairs, Trade, Industry, Mining, and Minerals, for providing us this platform and this space and hosting us here for us to discuss how we take the Common African Agro-Pacts to the next level. We may also want to recall that the UNIDO DG had also visited Her Excellency Madam Sako in October of last year, and this had already begun to form the basis of a more structured and more formal engagement of the Commission, particularly through these two departments and UNIDO. And then also, we're very happy that UNIDO is really taking the driver's seat in terms of working very closely with the Commission in moving with this very important continental agenda. My colleague might have also mentioned that within the institutional arrangements we've put in place for the CAAPs, we have the technical working group, but we also have the steering committee that is also composed of our senior principals and some representatives from the private sector and a few other key stakeholders. And within that steering committee, they have already endorsed the CAAPs as one of the programs to be considered as a flagship program for the second 10-year implementation of the Agenda 2063. And this will be submitted for consideration by our senior policy organs, starting from our Ministers of Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment, that will be meeting sometime in October of this year. And I will not be long in terms of this because this will be speaking to the converted. We are all very happy with the support we've been receiving for CAAP, and we do see CAAP as one of the, like Komla had also mentioned, one of the key programs that will also be contributing to accelerating the implementation of the AFCFTA, particularly in the context of this year for the AU, of which our theme is how do we really fast track and sustain the momentum to accelerate the AFCFTA, because we all know the benefits, the potential benefits and advantages if we're able to get the AFCFTA up and running. So with this, Madam, thank you so much. And it's an honor to have had you as well in our presence. And thank you, colleagues, as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ada, we leave to join another meeting at 10 to discuss budget. Yeah?
I'm sorry, I have to run. I have another meeting in the next door. Thank you.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you very much. So thank you very much for your really understanding and contribution to make it. She just in the other room. So, and our coming back to the program. Also, we are sorry, Janet, and we know that sometimes the first time this thing can happen. So, so now our agenda. We have to, in fact, we are on time, more or less, because now the session is to present the outcome of day 1 and day 2 until 10:45, and then we break 10:45. So we have 45 minutes in front of us. This will be done by Farah, and then the discussion will be, we open the floor for discussion. If there are elements you think need to be stressed or they are missing, you can highlight it so that we can engage, we can move forward in the next session 4. So without further delay, I give the floor to Anselm. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Hello? Okay, great. Good morning again, everyone. So this presentation was actually prepared to the high table, especially to the deputy DG. Now she left, so it should be like we are talking to ourselves now. But I just take you through very quickly, kind of a quick summary that we have prepared on what we have. Okay. Hello. Okay. So a quick summary of what we have discussed these 2 days. I'm trying to share my screen. Okay, this one. Wait. Let me make it full screen.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So yes, you have all been here, and we have a chance to get Dr. Janet and team yesterday. So what I'm going to say, actually, all of us are aware of this. So I have 3 major points that I have compiled here. The first one is to show the highlight of things that we have discussed during the 2 days. The second point, we are still working on it, is just to highlight the critical note that was emerging from the discussion. And the last point is our progress toward, this is number 3 actually, our progress toward achieving the deliverable of this meeting. So in terms of status, very briefly, I want to recall the key delivery that we have planned. So the first one was for us to come up with the CAAP project preparation program, and that need to be implementing the 10 CAAPs demonstration projects that are committed, mainstreaming the Zimzam and Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana, Cocoa CAAPs. The second major deliverable was the program for the mapping of all the location, and you can see how the discussion went yesterday. So the idea is now to merge these 2 proposals. And the last, the third major deliverable is actually the plan in terms of module and also approach on how we engage with the AU member state and the REX on promoting the CAAPs. So, and I'm sure this is what we are going to start for this morning. And after we finish the discussion around 1, 2, 3, the fourth one will be how do we mobilize the resource to implement the 3 elements that we have agreed upon. And once that is done, we should actually be able to capture in terms of concrete activity what we should be doing by institution in our CAAPs technical working group. Yeah. So these are the major deliverables that are bringing us for these 4 days. And we actually initiate discussion by actually clarifying the vision, the overall vision of the AU in terms of implementing this CAAP, and we discuss the major continental, regional agro-parks in each of the 5 regions of Africa. And we also discussed the alignment with the Agenda 2063, which is actually the key document guiding our intervention. And the CAAPs is actually helping Africa to implement the aspiration, the goal 5 of the aspiration 1, which is about modern agriculture for increased productivity and production. And we discuss how the infrastructure model was supposed to be designed when it comes to mega agro-industry. We discuss the food reserve, we discuss food supply corridor, on the continent. And we also discuss the political process the outcome of the political process that has helped us to properly guide where we are going, And the critical one is the commitment to the 10 CAAP demonstration projects, starting already from Zambia, Zimbabwe, and the Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, cocoa. And we also have other 8 that we need to know exactly where they are going to place. And the engagement during the regional consultation will help us, to better take that decision in terms of operationalizing where the 10 CAAP demonstration projects need to be. We also show you the outcome of the leadership and activity that actually was the validation of the criteria that we need to use to assess every CAAP demonstration project. And this document is very important. It will be guiding any discussion that we'll be having on the way forward, in identifying the CAAP demonstration project. And at the end, we show clearly how the continent will be embarking in implementing the 5 regional parks and also the series of the 10 CAAP demonstration projects that will be spread on the continent. Now, issue of commodity for each of them, I think that will come up when we start the concrete engagement. And we actually discuss the importance of taking stock of what is already on the continent. So there is a guidance that was provided by IPRI in terms of compiling the data on where we all have some agro-park on the continent and how they can be used, as part of this process. We also hear from AFDB in terms of what is ongoing now in terms of other, let's say, the future national agro-park, and there are a series of them that are actually being implemented. There are a series of them that are being approved and in the pipeline. So the point here is to make sure that we take stock of all this one to come up with concrete mapping. The mapping is more about knowing where the agro-park or all the agro-park will be on the continent, and now trying to discuss how they can be connected, in establishing the continental value chain for Africa to achieve that big vision of increasing intra-African trade, food, commodity, and services on the continent. Yeah. So when it comes to the mapping, IPRI actually guided during the discussion on the methodology, that we will be using, to come up with the mapping. So we have detailed presentation that was done yesterday on the criteria, and how this process will be led along the way. We also learned a lot from Zambia, Zimbabwe, CAAP in terms of the readiness, because being part of this process, we wanted to know where they are and also how far they have gone in terms of addressing issue of the joint governance and joint policy issue. And we have a great presentation from COMESA, on this, and how the outcome of this discussion actually will be serving the whole process. We also hear from the Cote d'Ivoire Ghana Cocoa Initiative, on the ambition of developing a cocoa transformation on the continent and the commitment for the CAAPs. But the point here is that when it comes to CAAPs, they are still at initial level, and there was a need for them to fast track the internal process, to assure all level of engagement before we actually start going to all the required study for making this cocoa CAAP actually a reality for that region. So when it comes to the second part on the critical guidance, this is actually some of the points that the rapporteur have been noting in terms of what we have been taken as strategic issues that need to be addressed along the way. So I just highlight a few of them, and we will continue compiling the report, to get the full version of this. So once here is for us to intensify the stakeholder engagement, at this early stage, for implementing the CAAPs. So notice the role of the various stakeholders, including the member state, the RECs, is very important in implementing the CAAP, and it is important to work out how they can be highly involved at this early stage. The issue of sensitization activity was also emphasized, and we need to intensify that sensitization to enhance mainly the ownership of the CAAP and actually the sustainable coordination at regional and national level. Number 4, there was actually a recommendation to promote implementation model that gives stronger role to the private sector when it comes to rolling out the CAAP. And there is need to come up with a kind of harmonized governance model that will be actually promoted by the AUC in all the region, taking stock of the initial discussion that Zambia and Zimbabwe has actually been coming up with. And there is also a need to foster synergy under the process of implementing the CAAP by facilitating the integration of all the program of development partners such as EFDB Feed Africa program. We talk about IFA, talk about European Union, BMZ, all the food security programs that are aligned with the CAAP. It's actually time, to start looking for a way to discuss synergy and how to integrate them in all the process. And the involvement of the key financial partners such as Afrexim Bank and EFDB is actually very critical, and we should be working hard to make this happen. EFDB was on board since yesterday. I don't know whether they came this morning, but it's sure that will be a better approach, because from the speech that we hear this morning, at highest level, they have always included them in the steering committee. So them being the steering committee is automatically they are part of all the working group, and we should continue engagement with them, for them to be more operational. There was a need under number 7 to rebrand the CAAP as the continent's agenda and assure that we have a kind of AU-led proposal when it's come to engaging for resource mobilization, meaning that any program that will come up with, AUC should be the one leading, the engagement with all the key financial partners for the resource mobilization. And number 8, there's a need to restructure the current draft to show the major phase of the program, and that mainstream ZIMZAM and actually CIG Cocoa CAAP, as a starting point. And there was a need to review the label of CAAP demonstration to ensure that they are understood as actual business case projects. It's not something that we are going to test, it's something concrete. So when it's a CAAP demonstration project, people should not understand it that it's a pilot, and that may create a kind of resistance for private sector to engage. And there is also a need to address many other issues that many other issues of technical nature that was raised during this meeting. So these are 10 golden points that the rapporteur submitted, but we continue capitalizing them along the process. So the last point of this presentation is on the progress for achieving the deliverable of this meeting. Yes, the number 1 and number 2, actually, we have good basis already for them with the guidance that was provided under presentation of UNIDO and also IPRI. We actually clearly have the detail that we want, to complete these 2 deliverables. Yeah. And UNIDO, during the presentation on the first day, provided guidance on the critical step, when it's come to rolling out the agro-industrial project. And it was very helpful to discuss the project, the compiled project. We also have guidance from IFPRI on the critical step for carrying out a mapping exercise. And all this actually have been noted. We also have guidance from COMESA on how much it can cost a standard preparation study when it comes to a project based on the ZIMZAM case. And the cost that is coming out with around 5 million. And this was a good basis for us to decide how do we estimate the cost of overall project. And this was actually factored in some way, and we are still working to finalize it. And the way it is coming out, like for the 10 CAAP demonstration project, we will be having a package of 53 million, along the way to implement all of them, when they are identified. So in terms of the recommendation that was made to clearly phase the budget for us to start all the time what we have, so that's how the phases was coming up. Like the phase one, starting already from Zimzam have started always, has actually reached the level of feasibility already. We have done the pre-feasibility. So what is required now is to mobilize more money. This about 5 million to support the actual feasibility study. And CAAP is something that we are going to initiate. So those two constitute the two programs that we really want to start with under a phase one of 18 months, starting from the semester 2 of this year. And the budget, the way it was shown is about 15 million, and that 15 million is actually, you can see the detail below here, is because taking 5 million as for one CAAP, we are having about 10 million for the two CAAPs. And also the issue of mapping and database, all those tools actually, and we are costing about, will be costing about 2.5 million, for every phase. So for the phase one, will be 2.5. And also the issue of coordination that we have been doing under this process will be costing 2.5. That's how we have 5 million more, for this first phase. So we have 15 for the first phase. The second phase, it will be a similar exercise. Once we identify 3 more projects, we can actually start them by next year to 2024 first semester for another 18 months. And the cost, based on the same detail, the cost will be around 20 million USD. Similar to the phase 3 and the phase 4, where we will be having the final 2 proposal for the CAAP demonstration project. So in total, in the period of 40 months, our ambition is actually to finalize all the study for all the 10 CAAP demonstrations. And I'm sure every time any project is finalized, the process will continue in terms of mobilizing the resource, for the actual implementation. So these are the elements you want to compile in one program and use that, submit to donors. And since the fees are known, once we get money, a certain level of the funding, we can start with what we have actually. So that's why the phasing was very important. So I think when it comes to the budget, the summary budget, so I'm just putting the same information here, like for the CAAP, the project preparation program, we have 53 million. The mapping is around 17 million when we compare to the gap for the previous slide, because the total is about 70 million. And now when it comes to the module and also the plan for doing the regional consultation, there is actually a budget that was prepared by the Secretariat. So we'll be discussing that during the next session, and which is about 5 to 6 million, 0.5 to 0.6 million to organize all the 5 regional workshops, because for each regional workshop, we are bringing all the member states and bringing the RECs that cover that region. And when you go to Eastern Africa, for example, we bring all the Eastern African countries and bring all the RECs that are operating in Eastern Africa, like you have IGA, you have EAC, you have COMESA, so that's how it was. And this is based on the model that we have always used at the AUC under the CAAPs-TWG process. So we are using the same model, so the cost will be around this budget here. So what's going to happen now after this session? Once we complete number 3 for today, from tomorrow we should be discussing how do we jointly mobilize these resources to implement all those activities, and also how do we mainstream those activities in our work plan. So every institution has to find a way to mainstream this in their own work plan. We also have to find a way to put it on the joint work plan under the CAAP technical working group. So this is what we really want to submit for this discussion. I'm sure all of you have been aware of this, and Madam Fatou was not here to hear this, but I'm sure she'll be reported. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anselm, for this comprehensive presentation, an overview that is give us in just on one few slide overall work, why we are here and where we are going. I think it's very much comprehensive. So with this, I think if there are questions, contribution, clarification, just raise your hand and then you take the floor. So we have our colleague here in person and also those who join us, those who are online. I see that additional other colleagues came back. I see Zambia, and I don't know for Zimbabwe, if there's any representative from Zimbabwe connected. So the floor is open. You raise your flag name, your name tag, or you raise your hand online. Over to you. Thank you. Ici.
Thank you, Mr. Facilitator. Anselm, would you please bring back the slide on the faces, the second, the last slide, the second last slide. No, no, you're not sharing. The one that shows that, yes, exactly this one. If you look at the footnote, the second footnote, which is mapping, according to my understanding, you are facing the mapping over the four faces. But if I remember, we agreed yesterday that it's going to be done once and all in one go. Maybe you correct me if this is not
okay. I think that what was presented, but my comment was that it's something that need to go, through all the process. It's not something that you can just finish once, because there are several studies that you'll be doing that should be updating, and what is going to be delivered by end of March is something that is a kind of overall mapping. But when we go to every project, we need to go to more detailed mapping, and the mapping includes also some other database that need to be associated to every CAAP, and database in terms of I think there was a second presentation that April was to do yesterday, and I was not sure if we understand that presentation. If it was prepared for that, there's a presentation where we are supposed to do the mapping of the food production scheme for the country, for the region, like having not know clearly all the production level, post-harvest loss, the post-harvest loss, go to all those details, So it will be a set of data that we need to continuously collecting and updating. I know FAO presents something that has 1 million of data in the database. Yes, we have to link up with FAO to see what is there. But in case there are data that are not there, we still need to invest, in collecting those data. So it's very important to have provision for that budget for every phase. And I'm sure that is something that will be continuous. It can't be finished like one go. Thank you.
Well, if I can add just so we are taking advantage of this to also build some type of baseline database that will be used as we go to assess progress while implementing so that's the idea. So it's not just mapping for the sake of site and location identification, but also building the database that we need as a baseline and to use to assess progress. That's one. Another element is that at some point we will need someone to make sure that they're still the initial goals are being met by everyone else, because we might end up working in silos when we are focusing on one agro park or one set of agro park, losing the fact that this is under, among other things, commitment number 5 to triple the intra-Africa trade. So we need to have that database that will help us to track progress of this, development and outcome as well. So that's the idea also. In intertrade, that's the main, but there are additional development outcomes. Your food security, your employment, inclusivity, women empowerment, youth government. So all those, the database will serve also to report on those as well.
Okay. Is it okay, Medad?
Yeah, but just again, there's another question. I mean, it's if this is the case, so I would assume that the bulk of the investment of money would be required in the initial stage. So in this case, you can't. I mean, to me, maybe we can put a bigger amount of money in the first phase, and then we reduce it into the other 3 phases, because in the first place, you're supposed to be setting up the foundation, which needs more intensive capital. So this is again a question.
I think here we have to understand the phase as, instead of going, we have 10 CAAPs, cross-border CAAPs. Yeah, we have 10. Instead of saying we start the 10 at the same time in terms of pre-feasibility study, we phase them, but we mobilize resource in one go. That means there's only one dynamic in terms of mobilization of resources for the cross-border CAAPs. That means the amount of overall 70 millions. We know that the Zimzam and the Cocoa initiative is a first phase. It will require, we say, estimated to 50 million. Yeah. Within when we do the pre-feasibility and the feasibility, we still have the work to fine-tune the site selection and the location. Yeah. But prior to that, we have to do an overhaul mapping to have a database of potential.
Exactly. This is why I would assume that the amount of efforts and resources that is required in the first phase to establish the database is intensive. So this is why I would suggest to increase the amount of money for the mapping that is slotted for the first phase. But again, I mean, everybody would have better opinion on this thing.
Okay, in fact, in the sense, because we said we can even start the mapping without even finalizing the document, because we assume that is a contribution, is a cost sharing here and there, what FAO is doing already, IFPRI, UNIDO, and we come together, ECA and the database of AFDB, yeah, on the brownfield. This time that contribution is there, but we can also estimate it and then embed it in the overhaul, because in one of the stage, he said that there's a mainstreaming, the implementation plan. Yeah, it will be already considering. So in that case, we can estimate that in terms of the mapping, but is a progressive exercise. We can estimate that mapping, how much it may cost. Yeah, how much it may cost, and then we embed it in the overhaul cost. But we know that we do not have to wait until we have that mobilization. Is mobilized individual by individual agencies, more or less. I don't know if I'm clear on that. Okay.
I'm sorry. I would like to agree with Medad that okay, we've been kind of contributing to the process in several ways, but maybe this is time where we need to have that require resource somewhere. We don't have to be trying to draw from here, from there. So we have that pool of resources available where we can go and start working. And if we agree on that, then we should, as he said, maybe allocate the it's money, more of it at the beginning, respect to the exercise, and then it's just the same amount of money, but just the way of allocating it, it's different. So because the bulk of the work will be in the beginning, so let's make sure that that money is available in the beginning, compared to the level of the amount of work that need to be done.
Okay, therefore, dictator, but at the same time, sometimes, that means let's estimate the mapping. Let's say is X amount. The mapping, the expert you are, you can give that amount to answer. And okay, this is amount, probably we will need at the beginning, in terms of allocation, probably 60% of that amount. Yeah, probably the first year. Yeah, the first year, 60, and then we see how, because it's a progressive exercise, even a continuous exercise, because we even need to update. The update within that period of time, we have to estimate all this kind. In fact, is another plan of activities. In fact, we have to integrate in the project. That's why yesterday I was estimated globally. Let's have we have 70 million. Let's put something on 100 million overall, and then based on the discussion with different partners, and then instead of we include this, they have 100 million package. Yeah, and then we are clear that that aspect, that dimension has to be involved, because that dimension, as you said, is not only to have a potential, it will also help us in the reporting, how we progress in each of the part, even the monitoring, the measure of the impact of the investment. It will save even in the monitoring and reporting and evaluation also, not only in the identification. So we have to be clear on that. Yeah, thank you very much. I don't know, our colleague, okay, I have, okay, good. You have the floor, AUC.
I just want to agree with what Medat and John was saying. As you understand, we are presenting CAAPs for adoption as a program that contributes to the second year implementation plan. That requires us to first have the studies, especially phase 1 of CAAPs, so that we can be making an informed decision when we're making a request to the policy organs. So if we allocate much resources to the first phase, then it means we are going on very well. But if we try to spread it, looking at the future of it, the possibility is that we may be scattering our resources so much, and probably we may not be having to make a very strong point in time when the policy organs will decide on what you should do. So I believe phase 1 of CAAPs will really be very much important for us so that we have a case. And in terms of resources, I believe it's important that we allocate more resources on data for us to make a strong case. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. Is AUC Alvin? Yeah.
We are talking about now resource allocation. Is for the resources to be mobilized, or we have the money now? Huh? Okay. Then it's okay. I suggest that probably I think we have to go into more detailed planning and budgeting based on the activities. Probably tomorrow we have to finish the initial work is mapping and identification of a certain growth corridors. That is what we have agreed yesterday. For that, we might need resources, but the resources might not be available this year even, but we have to move work on that one. So yesterday we agreed that under the leadership of IPRI, we will start working on mapping in general. Each organization contributes some human resources or financial resources to start working. Otherwise, if there is no resources, then we are delaying by 1 year. So for that one, probably later on, I will show one slide where we break down the mapping and identification of locations. We can have an action plan, a more detailed one, and including who does what. So that then when we go to mobilize resources, we have some documents saying, look, we are doing this exactly here. These are the areas we mapped. And then the donors might be interested only in a certain part of the region. Huh? So I say, Italy will say, look, I only support the East Africa, no? Or the Germans must say, I want to work in West Africa because I have a bigger program and I tap resources from that bigger program and give it to you guys. So the resource mobilization is not also a one-time thing. It is a continuous one. And then even within the mapping, we can get resources and pieces so that we do part of it. And then we continue on the other one where is more resources. This is my suggestion.
I think it's practical. So more or less, we have been saying that we need a specific work plan on the mapping itself. Yeah, on the mapping itself, and then we ensure that we start the work. We do not wait until we have this thing. We see how we are doing now. This is we are supporting the process, so it can be in kind in terms of human resource. It can be, but this mapping has to be done. It has to be done,
especially since we have now. IFPRI has a tool and a methodology. We have seen FAO has this geospatial information.
And the FDB also has.
FDB has a database. So with this one, we can start working on some sort of mapping and come up with at least an idea.
Yeah, I mean that. I'm just trying to see how far can we go based on whatever we can. Yes, so we need to make sure that this component is fully funded, so that because if I go back to IFPRI and IFPRI tells me, by the way, we don't have the money, okay, to pay for human resources that needed, what do I do? You know, as a John, I can do something, right? But I need my colleagues, I need, so let's make sure that this is fully funded. If there is a seed money, let's start with that seed money if there is. But just the idea that, okay, let's, just to work out whatever we can work out of this might not be a winning option.
Fine, more or less, I think we come to an agreement on that. Another contribution online. I see no hand. We are it's 10:41. So I don't know if because we said that the break is at 10:45 that no one would like to raise the question to delay the break. I don't know. Yeah, but I assume that that's not the case. Yeah, so we are just on time. So shall we stop here? And then because in fact, we come back again in detail in the session on how to mobilize. We come back again to that. Yeah. So with your agreement, I'm so democratic today. Well, yesterday I was probably not so democratic, but anyway, we learned. So with this, thank you very much for your contribution. I think so far, so good. Yeah, we used to say since yesterday, short and sweet. Wow, short and sweet. So it's time for coffee break, and we come back here. We have a 15-minute coffee break, and then when we come, it will be the session 4. The preparation of the 5 regional consultation workshop for sensitizing member state and RECs on the CAAPs. I think the discussion we had so far have shown that we need to really bring on board the stakeholders. Yeah, from the beginning, the same as the private sector. So this is also very much strategic. We see how the presentation of COMISA, the contribution they made, they help us to visualize, to also to cement our conviction towards the CAAPs. I think given that the other RECs have diverse other initiatives, more or less even similar without dumping it everywhere. We will learn a lot also. So with this, the coffee break time is here. So let's go for break and 15 minutes, please. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So we open the floor. So on this.
The worst case, you can present it from here.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. Okay. So I will leave you so that you, because there's a, yeah, you know, you are the one leading, so you organize, distribute.
No, I'm fine.
Hi, Christian.
I'm fine to give it.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, you have the floor. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Welcome to Vienna. My name is Christian Susan. I work in the Department of Environment, it's Circular Economy and Resource Efficiency Unit. And I'm the program manager of the Global Eco-Industrial Park program. I have the pleasure to share with you just in brief what this program is doing. And first of all, what is an eco-industrial park? An eco-industrial park, it's a group of industries which are co-located on one premise with a dedicated management entity. And these industries and the management entity, they cooperate to have a better performance, a better financial performance, a better social performance, and a better environmental performance. And if we take into consideration that industrial clusters cause about 15% of the greenhouse gas emissions on a global scale, these industrial parks offer an ideal entry point to promote the transition towards a greener economy, towards a more circular economy. And we do this by promoting the transition of industrial parks towards eco-industrial parks. In order to facilitate this transition and to provide some guidance, UNIDO, World Bank, and GIZ have agreed on a common framework, an international framework for eco-industrial parks. So in this framework, some preliminary conditions are defined. What makes an eco-industrial park? And a set of 53 performance indicators are defined. What makes the difference between an industrial park and an eco-industrial park? Without wanting to go into too much details, the underlying principle is compliance plus. So everything which wants to become an eco-industrial park must comply with all the regulatory and legal framework and go the extra step in the environmental domain and in the social domain. And we have 4 different criteria for performance in an eco-industrial park. That's the park management entity. This is the environmental performance, the social performance, and the 4th one. So this is then what we support under the transition of industrial parks towards eco-industrial park. We support under the Global Eco-Industrial Park program, which is rolled out in 7 countries with the generous support by the Swiss State Secretariat of Economic Affairs. In Africa, unfortunately, we only have 2 countries, that's South Africa and Egypt. The other countries are in Latin America, Colombia, Peru. We have 2 in Southeast Asia, that's Vietnam and Indonesia. And then we have the Ukraine, where despite the challenging circumstances, we still can cooperate. The objective of the GIP, of the Global Eco-Industrial Park program, is to demonstrate the viability, to demonstrate that it makes business sense for these parks to go from industrial parks towards eco-industrial park by improving their resource productivity, their economic, their environmental, and their social performance. And this program is exclusively focusing at brownfield parks. So we don't support the establishment of new parks in line with the international framework, but we support the transition of industrial parks towards eco-industrial park. Under the Global Eco-Industrial Park program, we have 2 components. We have one component is the global knowledge development component. So we have developed a series of tools and instruments which facilitate the transition of industrial parks towards eco-industrial parks. These tools and instruments have been tested and applied in the countries where we have the country-level interventions, and the results of the application has then been used to fine-tune these instruments and tools. So right now we are in year 4 of phase 1. Phase 1 has 5 years. We are just preparing the second phase, will be launched in 2024, which will again run for another 5 years. This series of tools is ready, and the second outcome of the The second component of the Global Eco-Industrial Park program are the country-level interventions, where on one hand, we work on the creation, on influencing the regulatory framework that is conducive towards the transition of industrial parks towards eco-industrial parks, and provide technical assistance to tenant companies in industrial parks as well as to the management entities. Just an outlook, because it's mentioned also here on the presentation, one issue which has been brought up by all the parks is we want to be recognized. You know, we go the extra mile, we know it makes business sense, but we also want to have the nice little certificate on our wall. The problem is neither UNIDO nor the World Bank nor GIZ are certifying agents. So what we are going to do under the second phase of the GIP, we're going to cooperate with ISO for the development of an international standard on eco-industrial parks, so that any park who's interested to become an eco-industrial park can apply the standard and be certified against this standard. I hope this could give you a brief overview about what we are doing under the Global Eco-Industrial Park program. And if anybody is interested, there is also an online version of the training course available. So we can share through the organizers, we can share the contacts for you. And you can then, if anybody's interested in a self-paced learning course, go through applying, learning all these tools. And again, it's a nice thing, you get a certificate in the end of the day if you've endured all this hard work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christian. Okay,
Since he's in a hurry,
we can take some questions.
Take
okay. Okay, colleagues, if there's any question, colleagues online or in person, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for a comprehensive presentation. Actually, it's very, I mean, you make us very much encouraged to go for eco parks. But my question is, what benefits is going to be accrued to countries or private sector to have the certificate of eco? Like if you have ISO, the export market is open for you. But what about for this one? Thank you.
I would like to answer this with the words I got from a park management authority in Indonesia. And they said, for us, having this certification will make it easier to attract high-level customers. So these are not the low-end parks. When we select the parks for cooperation, we already look for parks which are well-performing against the international framework, but which still have possibility for improvement. And these parks, they say, we can use this as an added value to attract high-quality investors to our park. So they don't want to have the smokestack industries. They have some manufacturing industries, but they want then again to get those which comply with environmental regulations, which are willing to go the extra step. And to show that it also makes business sense, what we do as a very first approach is we do an RCP assessment, resource efficient and cleaner production. So we bring the experts to the companies and say, here, here, and here, you have an inefficiency, and this costs you money. And then what we do is, in discussion, we identify better options. And once there's a real interest by a company, we do a feasibility study in which we calculate what are the costs for the investment to become more resource efficient, what are the best options, and what is the internal rate of return. And quite often we come to 27%, 25%, and that's the language the industries want to hear. So it makes business sense for them to make these investments. We also facilitate access to finance where it is required if they don't have the capital themselves. And it also reduces their regulatory risk because they become more environmentally friendly, cleaner, and more compliant, better compliant, or go beyond compliance with the regulatory framework.
Thank you, Christian. No other hands. Okay, Ayo.
Well, thank you so very much, Christian, for the very informative presentation. I think it comes at the right time for two reasons. First is issues of sustainability have moved to the center stage, when it comes to economic and trade development. So it's important that we also factor this new dimension into, our overall industrial development program. That is the first thing. The second thing is, I believe in the context of the CAAPs, that will probably add some more value. And you touch on one very important issue, which is investment attraction, because there is a lot of money, whether it's in the context of climate change, but those funds are geared towards projects that are either green or that can be put under that category. Now, what I wanted to understand is whether new parks that are in the pipeline, could go through this process, because you were talking about, focusing mainly on existing park, to make that transition. But I think there could be some issues if, the scope is not broadened, because in most African countries, we are just starting the journey towards, of course, there are parks across the continent, but the way some of those were structured, some have not really take off the ground. So following the summit on industrialization and economic diversification, we are likely going to see, and we are seeing it already, a move by countries to, venture into developing new parks. And I think even for the CAAPs itself, would those new parks be, I don't want to say eligible, but can they go through this process to get that certification? Thanks.
Thank you very much. You're touching an excellent issue. I think when it comes to the certification, once the standard has been developed, once the standard is available, each and every park can work towards compliance with the standard. So this applies equally to greenfield and brownfield parks. When it comes to the technical assistance, we can provide under the GIP. So this is a cooperation with a donor, which provides the money for this. And there was a clear direction. We should focus on the transition of existing industrial parks. Reason being that SECO also has an interest to support the greening of small and medium enterprises, which already exist, to make them more resource efficient, to make them more environmentally friendly and socially inclusive. So under the phase 2, we now also have this window has opened a little bit. When we work in a country level intervention on eco-industrial parks under the Global Eco-Industrial Park Program, we always choose one park, which is the Lighthouse Park, which is defined by having a really good performance already, but still improvement potential. And we choose 2 parks for in-depth technical cooperation. And then we have general technical assistance awareness creation for all the other parks. And under this general technical assistance awareness creation, we now can also include greenfield parks. And some of the tools that have been developed, like the master planning tool, for instance, they're equally applicable for a greenfield park where you want to set up your new park, or a brownfield park. Just one word of warning also is for the use of this master planning tool. It makes sense if you're the developer and you say, yes, I have my 300 hectares of land, I've provided the facilities, the infrastructure, the road, the water, the electricity, whatever, and now I'm selling my plots. And it would make sense to have chemical industries, so you can promote industrial symbiosis in one corner and metal processing industries in another corner. The reality is that some of the clients might walk in and say, I like this plot. And then it's quite difficult to say. You can try to correct them, say, yes, it would make more sense to move there. But in the end of the day, that's when the private sector principles of who pays, commands prevail when it comes to this, the management or the planning tool to set up the plan and to locate industries in the right plan, this master planning tool. So to be fair and honest, it's not all. Does this answer your question?
Need to make their parks and the products coming from the park more competitive, because that's also what matters at the end of the day. Yeah. To have competitive products. I think we'll probably find a way of making sure that we get the necessary technical assistance. But again, thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a very valid argument. We as UNIDO, we provide the technical assistance our member states demand us to provide if we can find a donor who supports this activity. So what we're doing now, we have received a very high demand from many countries in the Latin American and the Caribbean region to become part of the Eco-Industrial Park program. And we had to tell them, sorry, this is now the countries are defined, they're predefined because they're SECO cooperating countries, they're Swiss partner countries, and Switzerland is extending this financial support to their partner countries. So what we're doing for Latin America is we have a big conference in June, and we bring together the representatives together with the delegates from the European Union in the hope to also, while we have started this process, to present eco-industrial parks as an effective tool to promote circular economy, and to see whether we can get funding from the European Union for a regional program. And there we have then also the possibility to include technical assistance to greenfield parks, where it has to be defined, the interface, because quite often these parks are private sector investments. So to which degree can we provide technical assistance, which is paid by taxpayers' money in the end of the day, to private sector entities? So this has to be found out. But we are going along this avenue, and if there is interest from the African continent for such a regional program, we would be very happy to also explore the possibilities to mobilize funding for such a venture.
Okay. Thank you, actually. And just to follow up on what you said, I mean, I'm here making two proposals. The first one is, I don't know whether this agro parks could be entitled to carbon market, for example, like because you reduce the carbon. Because if this is the case, I mean, we can work together because this is a growing economy, a growing niche market in Africa. This is one thing. And the other thing, if the eco parks are very much in demand, so why you don't put conditions on the table? I will not accept any request from any country unless you pay 20% of the cost. I mean, you have to come up, you have to offer them a cost sharing formula. I mean, otherwise, make it, you have a high demand. So put your conditions on the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So for the first part of your question, linkage of energy efficiency, resource efficiency to the carbon market. We are just having a feasibility study going on in Colombia. How this can be done, how it could be done, and whether the transaction costs, how the transaction costs can be borne, and whether in the end of the day, it's a valid business model where you can say you can create more funds from the voluntary carbon market than what it costs you to provide all these transactions, you know, to prove that you really have achieved these carbon emission reductions. So that's what we are trying to do. That's what we are assessing right now. And when it comes to imposing conditions, you know, it's always a little bit tricky. And when it comes to providing resources, we can only provide what partners are willing to give us. So if the Global Environment Facility, for instance, gives us a budget because we could convince them that what we're offering has value to them, we can also we have one project in Peru on sustainable industrial areas where we have a $2 million grant component. So investments by companies can be co-financed by the project, but this is rather the exception than the rule, that we can get such funds available. What we are doing right now is we will be in Korea in early of May to have a meeting with the World Bank to bring the Indonesian and the Vietnamese counterparts together with the World Bank and to assess how we could structure our technical assistance to come up with feasibility studies, which then can be picked up already by the World Bank. And the World Bank, through intermediary national development banks, can provide the financing for the investments. So that's work in progress.
Okay, good. I think the mapping will probably save us in this area also when we identify, among other, the brownfield, even the AFDB database, and then we can engage with the member state in the continent, how to move towards that. I think is an exercise we will undertake at the level of the regional division, UNIDO, in interaction with the member state, and see how because more of the program initiative are more towards Latin America and Asia, but I think there's also a need in the continent. So we have to better articulate, and then we work towards that. Yeah.
Well, we are demand-driven, not supply-driven. So far, the demand has not reached us in our division where we develop these eco-industrial park programs. I know the Jane is working quite actively in some of the African countries on the promotion of industrial parks, but we are open to discuss this. We are open to explore possibilities, and I think it's in your capable hands to kind of collect the expression of interest, and then we can see how we can jointly approach an institutional donor, like for instance the European Union, for a regional program targeted towards Africa.
Okay, great. That's good.
We
So
will create
thank
the
you
demand.
for that. Okay, good. Thank you very much. I think more or less there's no other question, but it was very useful, very informative. And then we see even in the context of the CAAPs, we see how we also take into advantage of this opportunity, particularly because we are also targeting green climate fund, in the sea. So probably we may also cross with the eco-industrial parks. Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you very much. So more or less, we have to consider that the CAAPs at some point in time have to have the label of eco CAAPs. Yeah, eco CAAPs. So thank you very much, Christian, for your time and your availability. So and have a nice journey also. Have a nice okay. Thank you. Okay, now the next one is in your
I think Rafik, you want to go first?
Okay, good.
Just
Your
a brief
presentation.
introduction in general in the parks, I think.
Or you can take it.
Yeah, okay. Very quickly, UNIDO has been working on the industrial parks development for a very, very long time. I think it started in 1980s. And at the time it was called industrial states, but now is working in different variants of industrial park development. Eco-industrial park is the one which you have seen. Rafik is working on special economic zones and industrial parks, also multi-purpose industrial parks. And just to tell you the magnitude of our support to our member states, in 1980s, UNIDO supported the Chinese authorities to go to visit, facilitated an experience exchange visit to Europe to see how the parks are developed. And parks developed in China afterwards, thousands of them along the coastal areas of China, are a result of UNIDO support to China, so that which has brought the economic transformation in China. That's how the catalytic role we play in development of industrial parks. And Rafik is the second or third generation of industrial parks experts in UNIDO, is working in small and medium enterprise development division.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Thank you. You will manage. Okay, thanks. So I was advised to skip the introductory part, about the industrial parks and the different milestones on UNIDO support to our member states on industrial parks. So my intervention will focus on two main projects where UNIDO provided technical assistance. The first one is related to Senegal. For the ones who had the chance to visit Senegal, this park is located close to the new airport area. It's a very visible building, and UNIDO provided quite interesting package of support. Starting with supporting the government on finalizing all the feasibility studies for the establishment of the park, and then we provided what we call the advisory services for the park. We worked with the government on the selection of the final management process. This is not without saying that in Senegal, and I suggest like for more lot of countries, there are a lot of competitions among institutions on how the park is managed. There is usually a risk of duplication of roles. So this was part of the journey that we tried to provide in terms of support on how to harmonize the intervention of the different institutions. We supported the government to prepare and finalize the legal set related to the industrial parks, but more specifically to the regulations of the special economic zones. And that was, again, a very important piece of support that we provided for Senegal, because now the Senegal is using this the special economic zone new regulation, not only for the industrial park of Diamniadio, where we provided support, but as well for a couple of new generation of industrial parks that the government is setting up now. And finally, a lot of technical support provided to other industrial parks, like the one of Sandiara, Dias, etc. So the objective of the program, which started within the PCP, the Partnership Country Program, I don't know if they had a small introduction about PCP. It's an umbrella program for UNIDO several interventions. For the case of Senegal, the PCP included industrial park intervention, environment related intervention, energy related interventions as well. Policy advice for the government on industrial policy, etc. So within this PCP, we had an intervention on the industrial parks, and of course, I missed the agropole as well, which is a good case study, because for a specific country, we managed to work on the general topic of industrial park and on a specific topic of agro park for that country. So simply the objective was really to support the government of Senegal for the establishment of this new park, which is a real new generation of industrial parks in Senegal, and to set up the general and to upgrade the general ecosystem of industrial parks in Senegal. So I went through the achievements, but to be able to come to that stage, we first conducted a rapid assessment, and we tried to benchmark Senegal with some similar countries in Africa and in other regions in the world, how this park could be a success story. And of course, building on the existing experience of industrial parks in Senegal, we tried to come up with a business model for the development of the park. Then we went to the details. We worked on the legal regulatory framework, the institutional framework. As I said, the competition among institutions was one of the major challenges that we faced. And I can tell you it's still there. So the incentives, how we can encourage new investors to come in, the incentive package, and then how to bring public and how to build public-private partnerships around the park. And we go till the details of supporting and negotiating the agreements among the different operators that are working within the park or around the park. So this is some pictures about the park. I visited the park early this year. It's fully now populated with companies. This is a very good satisfaction point for the government and for UNIDO. And now the government is building the premises for the second extension of the park, which reflects on the high level of demand. Some statistics which are a bit old, we need to update them. more than 4,000 direct jobs were created thanks to the park, and more than 3,000 indirect jobs. The second project is for Morocco, and here UNIDO intervention is a bit different. We didn't establish any park. We didn't support the development of any new regulation, but the government has requested UNIDO to assess Morocco experience in industrial parks. For your information, there is more than 110 industrial parks in Morocco with different success levels. Some are fully populated, some are not. And the Moroccan government asked us to make a comprehensive assessment about this experience, to make a benchmark among those parks and with the international experience, and advise on the best approach that will help the non-successful parks to become more successful. So this is more or less the essence of this project. For this project, we've had foreseen 3 interventions. The first one, a very comprehensive capacity building program, because one of the issues that had been identified is the lack of knowledge of the management of parks, understanding the legal framework, etc. So we developed a comprehensive capacity building. I am getting back to that. Then a new platform for the government and for the investors. And finally, the diagnosis that I just mentioned. For the first capacity building program, we developed 13 comprehensive training courses and modules, and we trained more than around 200 people, mainly from the ministries, institutions, and what we call stakeholders. So to support those people who are normally providing services on industrial parks or advisor or whatever, to better understand the different topics related to industrial parks. So we built an online learning platform with all the modules, and we made sure that even the project just finished a few weeks ago, that even after the project is closed, the early learning platform is still there, and they can still use it for quite a long time. The second one is the electronic platform, a quite modern one, which will not only make the picture of the existing parks, but it's an interactive platform for investors to ask questions, to check the pricing issue, whether there is still a possibility to invest, what are the characteristics of each of the parks. And talking about more than 100 parks, you can imagine it's not that easy to build such platform. Finally, the third output, which is the more complicated one, is this comprehensive diagnosis of the 114 industrial parks in Morocco. For this, we developed a comprehensive approach. Sorry, it's too small, but I can tell you it's not that easy. We mobilized teams to visit each of the 114 and to make sure that the data is correct. It took for us more than 18 months to conduct this diagnosis, and for this we were obliged to develop a very strong diagnosis approach to make sure that the data, sometimes we are getting contractual data, so to consolidate, to assess, to reassess with the counterparts. It's quite long and a complex exercise. And what we did once we finalized this data collection, we fed the platform that I mentioned as output 2 with this information. The ultimate objective was to come up with a roadmap for the government to tell them on which basis such and such a park was successful or not, and how to make sure that the non-successful parks could be more productive and could attract more investors. So, and the government, when they saw the work, they requested us to do even more. They asked a service which was not part of the project. So we finished by supporting the government to finalize its national strategy for industrial parks development. So this is just, I have last two slides that to show you the, please. So this is, for example, the location of the different parks. We go for by region, by category, to assess the characteristics of each of them. And the report was something like 200 pages report. So to be able to characterize all the industrial parks. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Okay. So thank you very much, Rafik, for this presentation. It's true that for the Senegal, you talk about industrial park, the integrated in Diamniadio, also the agroport. It's true that, okay, probably they will touch on that, probably, yeah? Okay, good. So I open the floor. Any question and probably I will have, if you could also add a word connecting it to the upgrading mechanism that is in Senegal, how to also, probably when after the question, how to also help firm to upgrade while they are in the park. So the floor is open. With the question.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for a very insightful presentation. And this is why I'm having 3 questions. The first one is, we've just listened to a presentation to your colleague, Cicino, exactly, who's the program officer of the ECO program. And according to my understanding, the ECO parks, whenever you do ECO, you judge 3 criteria: the financial, environmental, and social performance. So to me, why Morocco didn't go for making all the parks eco? I mean, it would, this is what we call it, order 1 pizza, you get 2, because on one side, you are evaluating your performance. On the other side, at the end, you're gonna label all your parks as eco. So this is my first question. The second one is, whenever you're assessing the performance of those 110 or 114, are you assessing against intended objectives? Like some of these parks were intended to serve as regional hub for export. So are you doing evaluation against this? The reason I'm asking you this question is we're supposed to be doing mapping. And one of the ideas is moving from having a common agro parks between 2 African countries. It's to have a network of existing agro parks. And then we needed to come up with a criteria to assess the potential that those existing ones will serve to have original value chains. So if you have such a criteria, maybe you can share with us. And third, the last question is, are you fully financing UNIDO? Is UNIDO fully financing this project? Because I would understand that you're talking about existing agro parks that is yielding good profit, So there should be, I assume there should be a cost sharing formula. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this great presentation. I'm actually more interested on the benchmarking exercise, on the third category of the action that you have there. And I remember when you were introducing the benchmarking exercise, we're talking about the comparison to some other group outside of the country, of the country. But in the report, I could not see those outside of the country that you have chosen. That's my first question. I was actually surprised by the numbers of agro-park in Morocco only, because during our discussion last day, we were capitalizing 58. We even say it is too much, but here I see 114 in one country. That's actually a lot. So if you can also guide on the performance criteria that you use for doing this benchmarking exercise, so that we know exactly what to consider when it comes to talking about the best performing agro-park. Like that. Thank you.
Thank you. To answer the first question about why they are not all of them eco parks, as my colleague Suzanne Christian said, the priority for this program that he presented is not to create new eco parks, but is to shift existing eco parks, existing normal or standard parks towards the eco level, which means by definition, most of the parks currently are not eco parks. Some of the parks are established in the 50s, 60s, or 70s. So, and some of the parks I mentioned in my presentation of Senegal, Sandiara Park, they are what we call auto-created parks. Some industrialists started to establish some businesses. So a neighbor was established there. So they were not created with the purpose of being an industrial parks. So for Morocco, I can tell you most of them are not compliant with the eco standard. So the UNIDO effort is to bring them to this level. So that's why, and we hope that the new generation of parks are set up with, if they are not fully compliant with the standard, at least they are considering the minimum requirements, the minimum environment requirements. Now, the regulation in Senegal states that within the feasibility study package, an environmental study has to be conducted. So there is now this kind of development, but still, hopefully, with all those programs, we can move at least a big part of those parks towards eco industrial parks. The second question about objective, yes, of course, some parks were created for regional development purposes. Some parks are fully special economic zones. Some parks are sector-specific parks. So in our assessment, we consider all those specificities, and without going to a lot of details, but for Morocco, for example, we assess them using 4 categories, 4 families of parks, A, B, C, and D. And within each family we develop specific criteria, and we do this kind of assessment. So it's not just an open assessment. No, they have to be comparable. The assessment has to be that it makes sense. Then this will maybe answer as well your question, the kind of indicators that we are using and how we measure the performance. First, one of the criteria is to which extent those parks are compliant or responding to to the objectives that were defined for their creation. One key indicator is the attractivity. So you established the park, but at the end of the day, it's only populated for 10% of the land, so it's not attractive. Then the possibility of mobilizing investment as well. So maybe you have only small enterprises within the park, while the objective was to mobilize big investments. So there are a set of criteria that we use to assess the performance of the different parks. You asked the question about the benchmarking. The benchmarking was conducted within the assessment that we do. So it's not really part of the output of the project. So once we make the diagnosis or the feasibility study, for example, I can mention for the case of Morocco, we benchmarked the parks of Morocco with Turkey, with Tunisia, and with Senegal, just to take different examples of development. Have I answered all the questions?
Okay, except for the last question on the cost.
Sorry, yes. The project of Morocco was funded by the US government, the MCC, Millennium Challenge. For Senegal, it was funded by the government of China. So UNIDO doesn't bring money.
Just to add something on the benchmark, you said that in Morocco, the benchmark was not an output, it was embedded in the assessment. Yeah, comparatively in Senegal, when the diagnosis of the legal, regulatory, institutional framework was made, that is when they decided to compare with the others. It was Vietnam was among I think they chose the 4 countries. So in fact, they needed to do a comparative assessment, and then also the competitiveness of those things. So that's why it was clearly they needed some benchmark, yeah, to advance, to have the best, because as in the plan Senegal emergent, Senegal wanted to have they used to say the best performing at the international standard park. So they have to look for the best one, the best standard, what is existing standard, to move towards those standards. Yeah. Okay, good. So for the funding, you completed.
No, you finished it.
You finished that also. So good.
Yeah, that's a very good point. How to link the assistance we are providing at the park, industrial park level, with what we have as an approach within UNIDO, the industrial upgrading and modernization approach for SMEs. Maybe few words about this approach. This approach is a comprehensive approach where we look at the macro, meso, and micro level in order to modernize the capacities of targeted SMEs in targeted sectors. What we do for the macro level is we work with the government to come up with some guidelines and some priorities to modernize or upgrade some specific value chains or specific sectors. And we try at the meso level to prepare the support institutions to be able to support that journey, how we are going to implement the strategy of the government to support the implementation of the agreed action plans for specific sectors. And in order to move forward, we select some companies operating in the selected value chains or slash sectors to upgrade their capacities. The upgrading could be for the management areas, marketing, financial, etc. A lot of small companies in Africa and in other developing countries are missing capacities in terms of how to market their products or how to manage their financial situation, to implement an accounting system, etc. But it could cover as well technical elements. Packaging could be as well compliance with the international requirements and standards, or even local standards. Could be the process itself. They have an issue to control the quality of the process of the product within one of the processes. Could be as well a technological issue. They don't have the right technology to produce with the right quality, etc. So it's again, a comprehensive process, even for the company, because we mobilize expertise to assess the situation, to develop upgrading plans, and then to implement those upgrading plans. A big issue and very standard issue is how to ensure the companies will have enough access to funding to finance those upgrading plans, which recall as well an intervention on how to link the upgrading programs with the access to finance issues. This approach is implemented as well in the case of industrial parks. Once we support the industrial park with the approach I just mentioned, we try as well to support the companies operating within those specific parks, which makes a real comprehensive support, not only for the management and of the marketing, etc., and the services of the parks, but as well how to support the companies populated in that park to be more competitive, to access new markets, to export better, to produce with good quality. I think this is the link you wanted me to make between the two approaches.
Just one thing I'm curious about when it comes to those issues of performance. I'm sure you have elaborated more on the operational issues, but I know most of the challenge, also, let's say, weaknesses of that justify actually poor performance of some of the park is the issue of governance. I don't know whether during your assessment you have actually highlighted issues of let's say mismanagement, the political interference, the lack of appropriate regulation, and how were you able to address that, them strengthening the capacity of those politicians, to ensure better performance,
Yeah, indeed. I mentioned the case of Senegal. I said there is this kind of issue that we observed mainly in Senegal, where there are three national institutions that they are interfering, or they are they have kind of roles, different roles in the management of this industrial park. The case of Diamniadio, for instance. And to be honest, I remember I was even part of a meeting organized by the Prime Minister's office to try to find a solution. Even it was an internal meeting, but UNIDO was invited to try to come up with some directions on how to. And I can tell you, this is a recurrent issue. And the governance of the park is a key element to succeed any success of that park. So sometimes it requires a high level political decision to come up with a clear division of labor Otherwise, the competition will remain. Every institution will claim that this is my role, this is not your role, etc. And this will have a direct influence on the performance of the park, unfortunately. And I can tell you this is the case in a couple of countries, not only in Senegal.
John.
Yes, just that there is this issue of to who belong the park in terms of shareholding. Is that a registered company with a well-defined shareholding, or it's still a government entity? So to who belong in case of Joe, for example, yeah.
No, for this, for Jamnado is not. This is not the main issue, because the situation is clear. There is a national agency which is managing the property called APROZ. But this issue starts when it comes about the management issue. And there are a lot of competition between APROZ, APIX, and some other agencies, and everybody negotiating, for example, with a new investor who has the right to negotiate. Yeah, there are a lot of details. We try to even to work with them to establish agreements among the different agencies to clarify this division of labor. Sometimes we succeeded, sometimes we didn't. So
probably I may add here that UNIDO approach, we present the state of art. Yeah, what should be done in the best case, best scenario. We presented to the government, okay, this is the case, these are the options, the best practice. This is the best practice. We have the SPV at this stage. Now we have to take also into account the context itself. And then we leave to the government, we dare to advise, but there's also an interplay in the country. Yeah, which institutions play what role we want to play, what's the relation with the institution that decide, or the president, and so forth. There's even, in case of the Senegal, there's an institution in terms of the SPV from Mauritius that came there, they even signed the SPV, but later on they put it aside. So there's a dynamic into it. It's not only technical. Yeah, technical is not the best option, but other consideration that come into play. That is normal. It's not only in Senegal, everywhere. Thank you. Are you ready? Can you bring his presentation? It's more related to the investment part.
I think you're referring to us, Victor. I couldn't hear your voice. Brian Portelli here from SSB, Sustainability Standards Responsibly Business Unit. I guess it's our turn, right? Yes?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I think I can share my screen. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Yes, I am actually stepping in for other colleagues, basically from the Sustainability Standards and Responsible Business Unit, from the Directorate of SDG Innovation and Economic Transformation. I will just give a very brief overview of the work that the unit is undertaking under the main focus work on investment promotion, which of course also links to legacy work done on industrial parks and special economic zones, and also on how with our current interventions we are touching on this important topic. And of course, thank you for the opportunity to be able to present and share some elements of our ongoing work. As I mentioned, yes, the main focus is here is essentially on how we can work with national and regional partners in terms of investment promotion, risk management and evaluation, also to the benefit of special economic zones and industrial parks, both from a perspective of investment and marketing facilitation, in terms of the assessment of the actual impact of this investment happening in industrial parks and special economic zones, because once these operations are in full operation, then one needs to understand what is the ultimate impact in terms of economic impact, in terms of linkages with the other sectors of the economy, etc., etc. Also, as was mentioned, an important part of the discussion, also the general governance. So, of course, here in terms of who is ultimately responsible for the overall monitoring and evaluation of the performance of the parks, also in line with how certain policies are being promulgated at the national level that support the international linkages and alignment with international guidelines. Eco-industrial parks have been mentioned, but of course there are other elements which are also very much linked to a number of SDG criteria, and of course how these national policies can be supported. I mean, what we are working on is also very much linked to an important program that we are currently implementing with EU funding and with the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States. UNIDO, together with the World Bank Group, together with ITC, is implementing the ACP Business Friendly Program, which is a regional program, where UNIDO at the meso level, we are working with 8 intervention countries, 6 in Africa, 1 in the Caribbean, and another 1 in the Pacific. So some of the tools, some of the methodologies that we are currently implementing, and this program has been in implementation for the past 2 years, also touches on the important aspect of industrial parks in terms of how integral industrial parks are within the overall product that is being sold as investment attraction, the mobilization of new investment. And to this extent, we have developed a number of tools, one of which is an investment in ACP platform, which we have launched late last year together with the counterparts from the European Union, from DG INTPA, from OECPS, together with the World Bank, ITC, and other national and regional stakeholders. So in this sense, the portal is not, of course, not only about industrial parks, it's about general providing visibility to national institutions that are calling for investment promotion agencies, ministries, private and public sector organizations, but also there's an extensive list of industrial park locations, around 94 in Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific countries. The ultimate goal is to increase visibility, to increase, of course, the proximity between these agglomerates looking for new tenants, but also to promote their work in terms of the development of certain sectors, but also to accompany the economic transformation processes of respective host countries. There is, of course, the QR code. I will be more than happy to provide more details. Be more than happy to provide more details about this particular platform, but basically it's accessible at UNIDO at investment.unido.org. At the back end of this publicly accessible platform is let's say a more contained, but basically extremely powerful backend solution, which essentially is the go-to platform, which is currently being used by more than 350 public officers in these eight intervention countries, essentially as a repository for the data and the day-to-day management of a number of interventions along the investment promotion cycle, be it the monitoring of existing investors, be it the identification of investment opportunities, be it the management of information linked to investment promotion initiatives. One important aspect, which is very close to the discussion in during today's topic, is essentially the suite of tools that can allow, let's say, because we talked about governance in these industrials, especially along zones, industrial parks, essentially to support the day-to-day management of tenants, to understand what projects need to be promoted, what type of monitoring performance can be undertaken. Also, a very important part in terms of the overall aftercare services, in terms of investment relationship management initiatives. So all these elements of let's say a typical CRM systems are available via this digital investment profiling system that we have developed under this specific program. So what we are currently doing is, of course, implementing this also with a number of local partners, which are, of course, working very closely with national investment promotion agencies, industrial parks, management boards, etc., who are starting to use this backend system to support the day-to-day initiatives that they have. Very importantly, is not only to promote industrial space to new potential investors, but also to accompany the journey and the contribution and the value addition of existing investors that have started operation, have started employing, have started exporting, and also maybe have started to be linked to local suppliers through backward and forward linkages. To just conclude, as part of the ACP Business Friendly Program, UNIDO also has been working very closely with the Africa Economic Zone Association, basically IEZO, where we in late 2022 we have undertaken a comprehensive survey among ACP countries on special economic zones for IR and also digitalization support. So, of course, this is a very important basic work in terms of understanding exactly the status and the status quo of some of these industrial zones, but very important indicators and results have been already unearthed in terms of the importance of certain sectors, whereby, of course, agro-processing is the main sector which is mostly represented in most of the African SEZs. Of course, in terms of the significant contribution as a driver for employment creation, with around 320,000 jobs from those respondents to the survey. But very importantly here is to provide enough empirical evidence also for policymakers in these ACP countries, so that yes, the policies that have been initiated to develop and initiate this initial phases of special economic zone and industrial policy related to it can continue, but also can continue to be improved from a perspective of enhancing the contribution to the economic impact and linkages in the host economy. What is important here, of course, and I will conclude with this comment, is that through the partners, especially spearheaded by the European Union and also via the close collaboration with EU delegations in the different countries, we are also using this information, this platform that we have developed, both from a digital point of view, but also from a methodological point of view, also to align as much as possible the work that these special economic zones and industrial parks and the role that these interventions have also in terms of mobilizing new investment that may be linked to broader programs that are, of course, being presented at the country level, both from the European Union, but also from other third countries. I think I'll stop here, but definitely please do get in touch with us with any questions or any clarification points, and I'm very happy to respond to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brian, for this presentation. I think any question, contribution, clarification needed? Okay.
Just a question,
Yeah.
probably for
A question.
Brian to tell us. You have established in a database of industrial parks and special economic zones. How many of them are there in Africa?
Yes, I think the majority of the 94 locations are in Africa, something around 70%. But yeah, I think I can give you more details on the actual. The report is actually going to be finalized quite soon, and we will be able to share more information about also not only about the locations, but of course there was a bit of a big challenge because most of the mentioned locations may have been also, let's say, theoretically presented as in operation, but in reality they were not. So I think for sure we have these 94 locations with a good 70% of them are in the sub-Saharan Africa, in these 6 countries, basically from Cameroon, from Senegal, from Kenya, from Zambia, and then from Ghana. But yeah, I think what is important also to look at the also who was responding, because who was responding was also at the sort of at the managerial apex to control more than one zone. But we will be able to provide more in-depth details in the coming weeks when the report will be finalized.
Thank you very much. I think the report will be useful for the colleague working on the mapping. Yeah, so we will made available and the thing. So probably, yeah. Well.
Just a very small question on the feature that are used in the platform, the DIPS platform. You know, I see, for example, one of the projects like Ethiopia, when you say ownership type, it put foreign. I really want to understand what that means. I can see even for all 3 that are Ethiopian, the ownership is foreign ownership. What does that mean actually, practical?
Yes, thank you for the question. I think this is a very important aspect of the entire discussion, because this would be, I'm not sure, yeah, of course, not specifically details on the exact example that you're pinpointing, but there are several industrial parks which are privately owned. They may have been themselves presented as foreign direct investment projects. For example, from China, from other Asian countries. And this is, of course, an important phenomenon that most of the national countries, the host countries, also have to manage. And they've been promoting these sites also for such injection of foreign capital, but also expertise, but also crowding in investment from these third countries. So this is one specific case where yes, these new forms of foreign direct investment in this particular manner has been evolving over the past decade or so.
Understand that there's no only government-led industrial parks in the continent. Yeah.
Exactly. And what is important is also for the government to be able to. Of course, it's quite a difficult mandate for host country governments to have to create the right benchmarks for the government-owned sites, at the same time also to be able to provide the necessary overall governance framework within which certain important standards have to be also maintained in the privately led sites.
Okay, great. Good. So thank you very much, Brian. It was very informative. So now we will. Huh?
The platform.
Huh?
The platform.
The platform. Oh. Yeah. I will. But okay, the goof. Okay, good. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. So we have planned a 12:30 platform on the cloud park initiative.
No,
Yeah.
before that, we have the internal one. Huh?
The internal one. The one of the SIPs. Yeah. Okay, the SIPs. Okay. Okay. The SIPs. Okay. Is
just to you might have noticed now there are different units of the organization are working in a different, let's say, forms of variants of industrial parks. That's it. Our colleague from environment, or what we call now the circular economy, is working on the sustainability part of industrial parks, making brownfield investment is to become more environmentally sustainable and socially also sustainable. We have a colleague Rafiq who presented the work on industrial parks from SME development and upgrading part of the thing. And our colleague Brian has presented the industrial parks work of that unit that's more from investment promotion and from trade perspective. And from my division, we have a dedicated unit working on industrial parks, agro-industrial parks. We try to coordinate all these different aspects of our work in industrial parks through what we call cross-departmental task force for industrial parks development, so that we exchange information, we jointly design guidelines and manuals and operation, and try to harmonize as much as possible some basic steps for parks development or special economic zones development. At the same time, also, you have seen that each organizational unit in the organization, UNIDO, has also some sort of database or a platform where they aggregate data and disseminate information to the public. And we are also trying to harmonize that one and have in one place more consolidated training materials, guidelines, and other data required for research analysis and also for supporting practitioners and government authorities. So one of these is Sustainable Industrial Parks Platform, where we try to consolidate, and then our colleague will take us through. There you see now all the information about eco-industrial parks, special economic zones, agro-industrial parks there. And we have also started organizing the training for policymakers, training for middle management, and for the park operators. Just to let you know, if you are surprised that we have different parts of the house doing different things.
The presentation will be made by
Neo.
By Neo. Okay, so you take the floor then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I will be sharing UNIDO's Industrial Park Knowledge Platform. Dejane already highlighted that we have different initiatives, and the objective is to have a coordinated knowledge point where all these different initiatives are integrated. So my name is Indi Awara, and I am a coordinator of this UNIDO Industrial Park knowledge platform. I work in the SB Bureau, and I apologize that our chief could not join today's meeting. So as the Jenny mentioned, we started this initiative as a way of coordinating our cross-disciplinary task force for industrial park. But now we are scaling up into a kind of making it at a knowledge center, global knowledge center for industrial park and the special economic zones. So in my presentation, I will focus on 3 points: the motivation, the key focus area, and 2 important products, especially the digital platform, industrial park platform, and the UNIDO e-learning courses, the kind of virtual academy. So the rationale, I think we, the last 3 days, we discussed the need for having a kind of knowledge platform for industrial park. And also we addressed from the house that there are so many knowledge gaps and capacity gaps that need to be filled. But the paradox is that we have a number of industrial park and a number of knowledge produced by different institutions. So we have a lot of knowledge, but the accessibility is still limited because they are scattered around different institutions. So this is also what we found in our survey that we conducted a couple of years ago, covering around 40 countries, where the issue of capacity is one of the main problems for most of our industrial park counterpart institutions. With this in mind, we started this UNIDO Industrial Park initiative with the aim to facilitate the exchange of knowledge, experience, and best practices within UNIDO, and also knowledge which is available outside UNIDO in produced by partner institutions. The initiative also have an aim to promote South-South collaboration and promote Southern solidarity. And we thank the Chinese government for financial support. And this initiative have 4 main areas. The first one is the providing kind of knowledge management platform. This has a digital component, but also a kind of organizing different event and discussion forum to promote an industrial park as a model of promoting industrialization. And also it has the second focus area is promoting or supporting partnership and networking by bringing together and mobilizing experts and institutions to exchange experience and also resources. The third, develop different normative framework to guide the development and the management of industrial park. In this regard, we develop different instruments as UNIDO. From previous presentation, there is an international eco-industrial park guideline with indicator for more high-end industrial park with that goes beyond the minimum requirements of environmental and social performance requirement. So as an alternative, we also developed international guideline for industrial park, a generic one for like fulfilling a kind of accommodating indicators, minimum indicators for performance indicator for industrial park. So we covered both the high end and also the minimum requirement. Also recently, in collaboration with different partners and also under the lead of the agribusiness department, we produced this international guidelines for agro-food park. I think we appreciate the a contribution from partner institution, IUDA, FDB, and also other African Exim Bank and other institutions. So what we did for the fourth component is to convert these knowledge products, these guidelines, and all these available resources into a kind of interactive training courses to capacitate different policymakers at different levels. So the two products I mentioned, one is the digital platform, the industrial park platform, having 4 key components like promoting the model of industrial park, connecting expert and partner, consolidating and sharing industrial park knowledge, developing and also promoting different guidelines and framework, and also providing capacity building support. So you can access at ipp.unido.org. And the component which I already mentioned, it has 8 components, the 8 component or tools, the expert networking tools, where we build a directory of professional working in the area of industrial park and the special economic zone. We are still working on this. We launched this platform actually a few months ago. Then we have an expert corner where we interview different policymakers from government and the private sector to share their expertise and experience in the area of industrial park. Then the platform also have a component or a space where institution can share their best practices, because we have best practices here and there, but they are not consolidated. So this can also be shared through this platform, the partnership portal, and also the e-learning and the database of industrial park and the special economic zone. This is built in collaboration. This accommodates also database built by other departments, and also this kind of creating a step-by-step guide on how to build an industrial park, so that stakeholders can see what comes to a sequence of activities for building and managing industrial parks. So the second product is to build a kind of UNIDO industrial park learning platform. This is a virtual academy, and we have now 3 courses focusing on different steps of industrial park, because the first course is more the planning and development, including all the aspects that we discussed, like selection of site, feasibility studies, pre-feasibility studies, and all the policy and other stakeholder consultation and other components. And the second course focus on industrial park financing and investment facilitation, and the third one on sustainable operation and management of industrial park. So the way forward, we are also working now planning to provide executive industrial park training courses for a high-level policymaker and the study tours. The first batch is planned for July in Shanghai, where we invite for the participant or stakeholder from the Asian region to participate in a 1-week training program, and also visit some of industrial parks and the special economic zone in China. And we will roll out a program for Africa and Latin America based on the experience of this executive training. Secondly, we are also working on creating a dedicated space for UNIDO and other collaborative initiatives. So CAAPs can, for example, benefit from this if there is needed to have a kind of specific thing. We already planned for agro park. This you can't find on the platform, but from the back end, we are working on for specific type of industrial park, for agro park, for eco-industrial park, for science and technology park, and others. And also building a country profile, a country industrial park profile for selected countries. So yeah, this is more or less my presentation. I can show you briefly what the the platform look like?
So thank you very much.
One second.
So,
So the platform, you can access it here at sipp.unido.org. So you can find the guideline, the partnership, the network, where you have try to connect different experts from around the world. And we are still building on this and the training, and also the best practice and solutions where we have certain UNIDO specific one, but partner institution can also share their expertise. With regard to the training portal, we have here the training portal. All the training courses are available here. For each courses, we have around 8 to 9 modules, and they take up to 4 weeks to finish with the workload of 8 to 10 hours per week. So it will be a free course and a self-paced, but it's fixed time, and participant can or users can easily enroll and navigate through the courses. It's not yet released. We will release it. We will release in a couple of weeks because everything is ready, and it will definitely help stakeholders wishing to learn more about the industrial park and also the steps and what to do in sequential activities. We interviewed various partners and from World Bank, IFC, and from consulting companies, industrial park management, developers, and all this. Their interviews also integrated here. So I think we will share with the team the link, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for this comprehensive presentation. I think very informative. I think very useful also. I think I will leave now the floor for the questions. I think there will be a lot of questions, and particularly in relation with the CAAPs and the networking, the continent, etc. So the floor is open. So can be, okay, answer. Raise your name, plate, or raise your hand on the net. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for this very great presentation. For me, I really love the capacity building part, and this is one of our, let's say, biggest assignment under the CAAP coordination team. We have to train all our member states, in better understanding all these concepts of the CAAP so that they can easily be involved in supporting the government for a more informed decision. So yes, we are going to engage ourselves soon in kind of regional consultation that we may have. That will be done in the form of sensitization. But after those consultations, we should find a way to work together, to, let's say, have a kind of more tailored program, to train the technical expert of all the member states. So the way we can organize it can be discussed at a later stage. But I see here that this is online. So online can be one of the options, but you also need to have other option of physical meeting where we bring maybe per region or for all the country, some specific experts, like you want to train on specific issue. And yes, we have to have a cost implication. So the reason why I'm raising this, that we need to come up with a kind of joint program only on the capacity development, and promoting this agro-industrial park concept in Africa. So we take it as one of our critical action in the way forward. Yeah.
Very much. I think I think we take note on that. Yeah, John.
Yeah, thank you. This is, I would say, one of the weakest link when it comes to these programs across the continent, because we tend to look at knowledge as an afterthought, the knowledge, capacity building. So it's very important for the CAP that we start from there. By this, it's driven by evidence, by knowledge, for very good reasons. As maybe some of us involved in different things with AUC. The CAP is part of the overall CAADP Malabo commitment. The commitment number 5, specifically on tripling the intra-Africa trade, but it also includes all the other commitments on food, employment, inclusivity, women empowerment, and so forth. So the idea is to build that knowledge hub to track progress with respect to all different components of this food system transformation agenda that CAADP is, CAADP Malabo. So my question is this, because at some point we'll have to report on how the CAP impacts the achievement of the CAADP Malabo framework. So that's the, it's not just setting up CAPs here and there, but because at the end of the day, the CAP is not the end product. The end product is that healthy, sustainable diet, whatever, to all. So we need that knowledge hub that will help the continent to track progress, to build capacity as well. So how, I didn't see can this be the starting point of the hub to have an M&E integrated way of even assessing the impact of CAP interventions across the continent? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Actually, yeah, the idea of having a knowledge hub is essential, is very important, but I would suggest that it should be created at the African Union level, as you rightly indicated, not only to monitor the progress of CAPs, but to the overall political commitments, including CAADP, the Biennial Review, all things. So, and of course, this excellent hub, would contribute to this as related to CAPs. But this is one thing that we need to take it and to discuss about it at an institutional level. And of course, we're very much in support to this. Thank you.
I will ask AUC, Abdi Janet to come in, and also Dejan, if also any have any input. It's true that today with the development of digitalization, the platform can be connected. Yeah, they can be connected so easily, but we need to acknowledge the need to have a knowledge platform, capacity building platform. We are also working towards an industry observatory. Yeah, that is also another platform. So that will be located at the level of African Union. So we have to look, but the need to have a knowledge hub for training, capacity, information, all those things. For the CAPs, linking also the CAADP, everything. I think there's a need. So I will leave the floor first of all probably to Dejan on this, and then
okay. Thank you very much, Neo. I think it's I agree with all my colleagues on the importance of this knowledge hub. It's critical, but also very difficult to organize and coordinate. As I mentioned, for example, this I am the chairperson of this cross-departmental task force within UNIDO. A lot of people are working in different parks, special economic zones, and even clusters. So we have to try to coordinate and harmonize on our approach, and then also create a platform. This IPP platform took us 1.5 years. There's a lot of effort within one organization. This is a bit difficult. Imagine that you are working in on the very diverse stakeholders trying to bring in the information, the knowledge, the database, and more importantly, the progress of, let's say, industrial park development and its impact on the national economies and regional economies and so on. This requires a lot of coordination and cooperation. And as you know, a lot of people, a lot of organizations, they don't like to be coordinated. They want to coordinate. It's not easy to say, look, please allow us to use your database and so on. They have to see the benefit of doing that. So what John and Meda said is extremely important. We have an opportunity now to start because and to work from the beginning. So from now we can build database, knowledge, and progress. We don't have to do all the monitoring and assessing the progress we are making toward this achieving even the small objective of establishing parks. Then beyond the jobs created because of that, the structural transformation which was brought, the productivity increase, all kind of this information if we can put, and a more contribution to the regional economy or to the GDP of the national GDP, and all these kind of things are important to monitor. But what we can do is, if we start, I think there are quite few number of institutions, FAO, ECA, IFPRI, UNIDO, and IUDA-NEPA. We have a good starting point to agree and work together in a central platform where we can bring in all these things, including the trainings, policy instruments, and all these kinds of things are important. It needs a bit of coordination. I can tell you it's quite a difficult task, but we have to start somewhere, and it's a very good opportunity. I think it's important. Even the special, let's say, analysis of these things, if IFPRI and the FAO come together and form a certain, let's say, methodology to do that and agree, which we all other people will follow in the future, is a big achievement. And then I think from our side, we are very much ready. And it should be also probably part of the project document which we develop to get a bit of financing and decide on how to go about it. It is not necessary to have everything in one place, but the thing is a link, linking all this information wherever they are, so that, like FAO does, the World Bank data comes from and from other sources and national statistics. All these things feed into this one, and then a bit of programming at the back end will give us a very good information hub. And we have to start working on that one already. I think it's good.
Okay, thank you. I think Oran part as implementing agency of the African Union has a key role here also, I think so. Yeah. So I don't know if Janet would like to say something, or any other participant. Janet, probably. Okay. Kennedy. Yeah.
I'd like to give the floor to my team to start first.
Thank you so much. From the Commission side, we have developed the digital agriculture strategy for Africa, of which knowledge sharing platform is one of the elements in the strategy. And of course, we hope to launch a forum under which information could be uploaded. And it, of course, in this platform, we shall be able also to incorporate it and share the same with the platform. Thank you.
How do you call it, the platform?
Knowledge platform. Yeah, the strategy is one of the things we develop, but we want to create a knowledge platform under which we will share those information. And we could also link it to this platform that has just been presented. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, okay.
Yes, okay. Maybe just from two perspectives. Also from the Secretariat, there is a lot of work ongoing, especially on developing such a knowledge management platform, especially when it comes to areas of like digital trade and digitization of the different perspective of the AFCFTA. But I must mention specifically also that in the context of broader CAADP implementation, you might have heard of the biannual review arrangement that takes stock of the progress that countries are making. And this is also very relevant for sharing information. And I believe some kind of linkage between the CAADP biannual review platform and this would also be very useful as we continue this development. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's even relevant because the CAAPs fall under the CAADP, and then I think we should be even part of the whole thing, and then connect. Yeah. The fact that the CAADP fall under the CAAPs fall under the CAADP, that should be linked to that platform, and then linking to the other relevant platform that I've seen. So I think we have something already in place, but we have to work towards it, that this has to be effective. I mean, we already have a central depository, and then we work, but we need to sit on that. We need to think of that, all those things, yeah. And
yes, so I think just like when Ineyu had presented, where he said there is also an opportunity where we can at least begin to incorporate as well some of the learning that would be required through the CAAP itself. So I think we could use that as the immediate, quick, short-term intervention that we could use, and then organically now begin to bring in some of our other programs. We can walk around issues now that have to do with coordination. How do we manage the portal? Who has access to update information in there, et cetera, et cetera. But I think there is already an opening that we could immediately, very quickly begin with the CAAP, and then we see how we progress with that and bring on board some of the other M&E related work that we're doing in the Commission, and see how this particular platform could also be supported in terms of even generating the necessary data that we would also need. But we see it as a very good platform, and we can see it going beyond what we intend to use it for, at least as far as CAAP is concerned, to also providing us with necessary information for some of our other newly developed strategies or programs that we're putting in place.
okay, good. Thank you. Okay, may that we close with may that, because I think we have our colleague from the 86 links on the cloud park that are waiting since 25 minutes now. So now we give them the floor.
Thank you. Actually, two things. The first one is, in addition to what Janet said, I mean, we could extract as well all of the resources, knowledge resources that are broken into Africa. So it's not only the training, but the data, the knowledge that are African based. So this is one thing that we can do. The other thing is just a question: have we committed or earmarked any money for the establishment of knowledge hub within the CAAPs?
No. It is we can include it in the project document which you are developing, so that the mechanism of coordination can discuss.
Okay, good. Yeah, sorry. If you allow me to give the floor to the our colleague for the presentation on the Cloud Park initiative. I don't know if an introduction, you or Zhu, Mr. Zhu, Darlene?
You want to introduce?
Yeah, you introduce the 86 links, please.
Yes, just a very brief introduction. My name is Joe. I'm working with the Genesis unit. Recently, we have some of our colleagues have some contact with Chinese experts. They are back in China, and we found that there is some latest development in how to promote and develop the different kinds of parks, be it industrial parks or economic zones and agro parks, etc. So we think these are very interesting phenomenon and development that we wish to share with our colleagues here, so to enrich the discussions. And also we think this company, it is a private actor. It is called 86 Links, the company. 86 because 86 is a code number for China. So they are trying to provide a platform that to include and invite different parts all together on this platform. So in order to facilitate the problems like the investment and the trade promotion, the service, to provide the service for those companies that are originally already located in the specific parks, and also to create connectivity among these different parks. And also it provides a very useful form of useful management tools for the administrative organizations as well as the local or central governments. So I think it is an interesting practice that we invite them to share with our colleagues here. So this is basically what I'd like to say at this stage.
You can go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Grace, and I'm from 86 Links in China. I'm here to talk about Cloud Industrial Park. I appreciate you all taking time to join me today. Let's get started. The digital economy is growing as a major force in reorganizing global resources, reshaping the global economic structure and changing the global competitive landscape. The core of economic development is the development of industries, using parks as an engine driving economic growth for achieving high-quality economic development. In traditional economies, there is a physical park to build modern industrial clusters. In digital economy, there needs to be a cloud industrial park to cultivate digital cloud service clusters. Simply put, there is one on the ground, one on the cloud, one offline, and one online. In an effective digital economy, the cloud and the physical park complement each other to empower the growth and development of the economy as a whole. 86 Links is a professional service provider that builds cloud industrial park, functioning as the operational center as well as the working environment. The Cloud Industrial Park is composed of 22 systems, 2 core technologies for major service sectors: investment service, enterprise service, operation service, and management service. There are 3 systems for investment promotion service. The first system is the display and promotion system. It consists of 2 small products: the Cloud Exhibition Hall and the electronic business card. There is a video to show how it works.
We can't hear, though we can read.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, this is our cloud. This is our cloud exhibition hall. If I'm an investor from the automobile and I want to invest in China, I can find more than 1,569 eligible sites on our platform. And take this Weiyang economic developed zone as an example. This feature can quickly identify parks that meet production requirements while pulling crucial information such as tax requirements, investment intensity, and so on, while displaying the land and owners obtained here to make more convincing. It can also identify leading companies within the industry to conveniently identify supply chain functions. In combination with VR technology, three-dimensional representation of the physical side can be created in simulation to showcase business and environments. We can also use VR technology to explore the interior of specific enterprises. We can explore the company's reception area and, more importantly, it visits the factory area and the surrounding facilities. Questions regarding the manufacturing process can be answered directly through contacting the video customer service function, which provides real-time translation between Chinese and English to ensure seamless communication on global scales. We can also directly connect with third-party service providers, including finance and recruiting agencies. And our second small product of the first system, a mobile electronic business card, showcases a business investment, industries, and location advantages. It's easily forward to contacts to promote the business reputation and visibility. The second system is industry chain big data analysis system. The core of industrial park investment is to identify how to strengthen, supplement, and extend the supply chain by analyzing the park's own requirements. The third system is the project interaction system. For Section 2 enterprise service, we have 5 systems. Intelligent policy promotion system, enterprise digital transformation service system, carbon peak and carbon neutrality digital monitoring system, safety production monitoring system, enterprise interactive system, a communication channel for enterprises to the park. For Section 3 operation service, we have these systems. The first is smart operation system, which can manage daily notification, parking space application, and meetings, room reservation, and so on. Personal service system, government affairs and tax system, major event tracking system, project collaboration system, data collaboration and sharing system, and the enterprise evaluation system, quality analysis system, self-assessment and self-test system, digital management system of environment assets. The fourth section, we have the management service. We have 4 systems, essentially to introduce the digital twin 3D visual management system, which provides an overview of the environment. This system allows views on a year-by-year basis and will add changes in industry distribution. And this one is the industrial economic development monitoring and analysis system, fully qualified and fully traceable daily office system for the management committee, and the performance management system. So all the operational data of each system can be reviewed through the operation dashboard. The above is the introduction of the 22 systems. We also have 2 core technologies. The first is the Build Circle Strengthen Chain Industrial Brain, which helps the government and parks comprehensively and in-depth analyze the status quo of an industrial chain and realize the strengthening replenishment and expansion of the chain. Second, the IDS, the intelligent decision support and analytics hyperconvergence system, which enables efficient collaboration and data sharing between systems to allow intelligent decision-making and intelligent management of the entire park. All of above is the introduction of Cloud Industrial Park, equivalent to WhatsApp for industrial parks. How does it serve the country in the digital economy? The development of the digital economy is digitalization, networking, intelligence, globalization, and interconnection. For convenience of foreign investors to invest in China, the Chinese government committed the China Council for Promotion of International Trade to build an investing platform in China. This platform was developed, constructed, operated, and maintained by 86 links. We can seamlessly connect all industrial parks to the investment platform, allowing foreign investors to directly land their projects through the platform, while simultaneously allowing enterprise to find project partners and resources required for growth. This is a platform for co-construction and sharing Asian industrial parks. In cooperation with China Asian Center, the parks of 10 Asian countries are on this platform. You can go to any participating countries such as Philippines, and you can see the Philippine National Pavilion, which was jointly developed by us and the China Chamber of International Commerce. The platform will help investors first understand the basic economic condition of the country. Through our cooperation with the Philippine Department of Trade and Industry, the 404 parks in the Philippines, including the enterprises contained, are all interconnected. We are also an enterprise digital transformation service provider of the Ministry of Infocom Media Development of Singapore. Then expand from ASEAN to the entire RCEP and from RCEP to the entire China-Euro Comprehensive Investment Agreement. We can go to the Croatia National Pavilion, and you can also see the Croatia Park. In the Baker Industrial Park in Croatia, you can also see all the companies in this park. Then expand to the global investment and trade integration ecosystem, and finally realize the ecology of global park interconnection and industrial intercommunication. Under support and guidance of the UNIDO, 86 Links cooperates with the African Union and South-South organizations to do the following work. First, to build 2 platforms. The African Park Interconnection Industry Interoperability Platform, which helps Africa build a complete, resilient, and safe industrial chain, supply chain, and realize park interconnection and industrial interoperability with ASEAN, RCEP, and China. Investing in the African platform help global companies to invest in Africa easily and implement the optimization of Africa's business environment. Second, organize complete industrial chains and leading enterprises in China and Asian countries to form a complete industry and supply chain to invest in Africa, and Latin America to help the development of industry in South American countries. Second, make the environment of Asian, China, Africa, and Latin American countries into paired parks to promote learning opportunities and success methodologies. At present, the above-mentioned work may face challenges such as insufficient infrastructure construction and the urgent need to enhance personal digital awareness. However, we have the confidence and determination to assist the industrial development of South-South countries, and we are also willing to carry out pilot projects in Africa. Embracing the digital economy is the key to the future. 86 Links looks forward to cooperating with all guests to create a new future under the support and guidance of UNIDO. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for this presentation. I think there's a lot of development ongoing to really make the most of the digital technologies and also to really eliminate the physical barriers for business. So I will open the floor for questions and contribution, particularly how such technology, such tool could be useful for the development of the CAAPs and also connecting with other regional economic communities, regional outside the continent, global, participating in global value chain, particularly in the global south. I think seeing the future ahead. So I will open the floor. We have our colleague that are presenting from China in the context of our South-South cooperation program. So any question will be welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, this is very important because Africa needs a digital revolution as well, but there is no meaningful digital revolution without something on the ground. As she said, one on the ground, one on the cloud. And I think the CAAP can also be used as a catalyst for that digital revolution. My question, because I see this, of course, there is a need for all the public services, but I see this more as a private kind of opportunity. This is because, something is ongoing on the ground, then becomes an opportunity for private investment in the form of digital platform, which then will create that next level of digital economy parallel to, at least grounded on the development of those CAAPs. So my question is, you mentioned that under the UNIDO leadership, you will be working with AUC. So that I see that that's a kind of political level, but what is the opportunity here for a private investor to work with you in this digital initiative? Thank you.
Yeah, Medad.
Yeah, so thank you. I see there is a good opportunity that that CAAPs go on and try to establish such a platform based on the results of the mapping. Because if we are intended to map all the African countries, so we can have a wealth of data that needs to be posted online. So there is high connection between the two initiatives. Yeah, this is one, yeah, but again, I mean, it needs some kind of administrative arrangement, even with with those who are in charge of the different agro parks that are existing in Africa, because of course we don't have the right to post information on them unless we have written permission. I mean, like so many other things. But again, it's a good initiative, and I wonder, because I'm opening their website and the website of the company at the moment, if they can share this presentation, and even if they can share demo here, I'm talking about demo, so we can share it with our senior management. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this is just impressive when it's come to the knowledge that we can see from this presentation. And going for it is something that actually we need to consider very seriously. And I actually appreciate the plan that I'm having ahead of cooperating with the CAAP, with support from UNIDO and AUC. But what I'm seeing here actually on this presentation, I see that there are a series of data that we have already in Africa. Like I saw a map where you have like 344 industrial park. About 94 of them are functional, and they're actually involving more than almost 4,000 enterprises. So these are actually rich data, and we have been talking about data for the last 2 days. My first question here is how did I get this data? And whether you can have access and whether this can be actually used as actually the basic work that you need to start with, because I see some rich information here actually. I think let's comment on this and see whether we can use this as our starting point, because we are trying to do the same actually, and the information are here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, industrial parks is a firm in itself. So we already have those private led. I think before they come and establish, they do some kind of assessment. So collection of data, etc. So I will give the floor to our colleague from China, is Mrs. Grace that made the presentation. I saw that Mr. Steven is connected. I don't know who will take the floor now to respond to react to the questions, the interrogation, and also whatever contribution you would like to add. Over to you. Thank you very much. Who is reacting from the 86 links? Is Mrs. Grace or Mr. Steven? You can take the floor.
For the first question, yeah, we are open and we wanted to improve others' advantages and welcome to attend CIP. We can work together to make the win-win. Thank you. And for a second, we can share the PowerPoint to others. Yes. And in the future, for the African platform, the Investor Africa platform, other countries, all the countries can share or share the investor needs or investor needs. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm aware that in the context of the FOCAC, there's a action, a work plan, and is a AUC that the entry point. Our SASA cooperation division will interact with the relevant authorities at the level of the African Union and to see how to move this forward, because it's probably not only at the level of the park, but at the level of the SME development, the enterprise development also, or to see how to promote this cloud approach. Because you will see that even when now we are using the Microsoft other platform, we are all moving towards the cloud. There are no more physical drive one spot. More and more we are moving towards cloud. So everything is moving towards the cloud. Yeah, the whole panel. So so we will once we will share the presentation. I think we have the presentation with us also. We will share that with you, and then later on we connect. In fact, we are envisaging the Jean could say some word on that. We are envisaging kind of a workshop with the African leaders on the more or less industrial parks, and also this cooperation, SASA cooperation, probably towards the fourth quarter. But we will communicate with the African Union on this, and then we see how we build the program. So because we have to strengthen the cooperation and take advantage of the opportunities at the SASA, we know what is happening with the global cloud and the BRICS, everything is together. So it's an opportunity. We see how we can seize and make the best. In fact, I think the CAAPs is putting in place the dot, yeah, because having the parts here and there, now we have to move towards the networking, making one on the ground. The next step is making one on the cloud. So the cloud is on that move, in fact. Yeah, so we have to start bringing this in mind, the digitalization or whatever we are doing on the physical. So with this, yeah, okay.
One question. Thank you very much for a very, very good presentation. But issue of the cloud, as my colleagues say, that the data information is uploaded somewhere where we don't know. There are some confidential, let's say, information each park might have, so they don't want to disclose, for example, the lease price because they want to negotiate with each tenant enterprise. How do we handle that one?
This Grace considering is about the issue of confidentiality of data.
We are at level 3 of security protection in China, second only to the financial system in China. So security is guaranteed. And also we have internal data security red lines, and such as some data we do not allow to touch, such as military enterprises. And also we meet the requirements of local government. Thank you.
You see.
Yes, thank you so very much, colleagues, for the presentation, which is quite innovative. But the way I see it is, I hope there would be an opportunity to also present this, to have this presentation in a much larger forum, because here we are talking about the CAAP, which is very narrow and very, specific. I know colleagues were talking about looking at the numbers, which were a bit huge. But if we look at the entire spectrum of industrial parks on the continent, I think it will begin to make sense. That's from the not just the design, but also the implementation of it, because most of the parks are actually whether these are agro parks, but they are part of overall industrial park. So I think it will be good at some point to have this very same conversation with some of our colleagues who handle, matters of industry and who have an overview of all the industrial parks that we have on the continent. I also see an opportunity, in using this model to advance some of the institutions that we are trying to establish on the continent. We have what we call the Enterprise Africa Network. They've been having some challenges in establishing it, but I think, with something like this, a model like this could be used. My final comment is actually a question, because yes, there is an issue of data confidentiality, but there is also the issue of data ownership. So I'm not sure as to how this will be addressed, but I mean, it's one of those issues that will need to be further discussed going forward. But thank you once again for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I think I see no other hand raised. Another, yes, Medad.
Coming back to the question raised by Dejeuner, it's very interesting because here I went into their platform and they have listed the 3 parks in South Africa, and they are providing data or information on rent and prices and selling prices. So apparently data are there, but of course I assume that they would have they have taken written permission to post this data. Thank you
very much. So in our mapping also, I think we have to identify the different sources because there's a lot of work ongoing among this one. So we are not doing something new, in fact. Yeah, so we have to look at it and probably connect with the member state, other associations to check exactly what is being done, so that we do not reinvent the wheel. So with this, we only have to say thank you to the team for the Mrs. Grace and Mr. Stephen. I think we have another opportunity to engage, I think, in the coming months. Yeah, as that is our interacting, and also even because we are targeting one of the event we like to organize conjointly with the African Union is in October. We wanted it to be in June, in the sidelines of this meeting in Beijing, the trade fair, but I think it was not possible. So we will target in October. So by the time we'll have time to engage with the African Union and see how we move forward, and also bring the relevant stakeholder to discuss all this aspect. So with this, if you do not mind, it's time for us to break for lunch. And once more, thank you very much to all the speakers, the presenters. Very good presentation, good insight that help us to progress in the planning of the CAAPs for this year. Thank you very much and enjoy your meal. Thanks. We come back here at the next is planned at 2, but is 1:30. Okay, let's say 2:30. 2:30. In the agenda, we have ECA on the Agropole Development Guidelines, and then AFT Secretariat on the TEMBA, and then we have the farmers, and then the summary at the end of the session. So if ECA Medad, yeah? If you are ready, I think the other colleagues are just near, so they will join. So I give you the floor. You have, okay, as indicated in the thing. So you have the floor, Medad. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Facilitator. Just waiting to have access to the Zoom, so it would be appreciated if someone to let me in. Yes. Okay, here we got it. Liz. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Facilitator. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Facilitator, for giving me the chance to make this presentation. And of course, I'm very much would like to convey express the appreciation of ACE for having this, for being invited to this treat. So the presentation, the theme of the presentation was the guidelines for the agri-policy development in Africa. Has been presented before, but it's going to be a good chance to represent it in case some of the esteemed, respected members of this committee didn't have a chance to listen before. So three things will constitute the core of this presentation. The first one is to talk a little bit about the ACE initiative on agro-policy development in Africa. The other one is about approach and outputs. And the last one is to talk specifically about the guidelines for the development of agro-policy in Africa in terms of objectives, content, structure, outcomes, and the way forward. When it comes to the initiative for agri-policy in Africa, we very much understand in ACE that it's crucial for Africa to promote agribusiness and agro-industry. And the most effective way to do it, specifically in the context of Africa, where there is lack of services everywhere in most of African countries, is to go towards the establishment of the agri-policy. Here we come up with this project, which has two phases. The first one is to establish the evidence, to provide the business case, which is to do the assessment of the existing agri-policy in Africa, to some extent, of course, as resources available. And the second phase, which is to domesticate the guidelines that is supposed to be coming as one of the outcomes of phase one. So and this is what you see now is specifically what we did, starting from the development of the concept note, which has been reviewed and shared with some of the sister institutions and organizations. Then we went to country case reporters. We have those country case studies were consolidated into 5 regional assessment studies and with a Pan-African study as well. And we now in the third stage, which is to come up with the guidelines for the development of the agri-policy based on the findings of the regional assessment and case studies. And of course, when it comes to this stage, we have to provide, we have to make a validation as well. And then we go into the last stage, it's not yet to start, but this is something that we can talk about it, which is to develop which is to domesticate the guidelines itself. The chart right in front of you, it gives you a flavor of what exactly that we did. The country case studies were done in 14 African countries, distributed between the 5 regions of Africa. I mean, all the 5 sub-regions are there. So some of those sub-regions, we were selecting 4 countries. Other regions, we were selecting only 3 countries. And out of those 14 country case studies, we developed 5 sub-regional assessment. This is provide case summaries, regional nuances, trends, and lessons learned. To me, maybe the most important part is the regional nuances, is provide grasp understanding of what exactly the findings of the country case studies. And then we developed into a synthesis report. The synthesis report will provide assessment of all the 14 agri-poles in terms of 3 criteria that perform the design, the implementation, and the performance. These are the criteria that we use, but of course, I mean, under each one of those criteria, there's some 6 or 7 indicators that we used to evaluate and to assess those 14. By the way, these are 14 country case studies, but in each country, we were only focusing on 1 agri-pole. So we're talking about here 14 agri-poles, not 14 country. Then we, after we come up with the Pan-Africa synthesis studies and those 14 country case studies, we made a validation or a review meeting. We're very much happy that it was our first time to come to know some of you. It was, we had 44 experts, I mean, well-known experts from everywhere, from all organizations around the globe, and they have vetted the 5 regional assessment studies as well as the Pan-African studies. Some of the most important outcomes of this meeting is in addition to adopting the findings of the 5 sub-regional reports, is on the stressing the needs to develop guidelines on agripolicy development in Africa, based on the wealth of knowledge that we have accumulated in those 14 country case studies. And the stress as well on the importance of having joint preparation of the guidelines. I remember some of you, I don't have to remember to say names, they even called me after the meeting and they told me we are willing to contribute to this guidelines. So for those, I really appreciate their positiveness. I mean, it's really, it was very much touched to me that we're not working in silos and everyone likes to contribute to it. Even the proposed outline of the guidelines was presented, it was validated. We have taken feedback which has been incorporated into the final version of the guidelines. And it's one of the most important findings of that meeting as well is there is a need to associate the agripolicy development with the regional value chains development. The two are very much important. As you understand, I mean, you can't really have an active, effective agripol without a regional value chain. This is why, on the other hand, I mean, this different piece of information, we have started with Zambia and Zimbabwe to domesticate the AU guidelines for the development of regional agricultural value chains. So we picked the Zambia and Zimbabwe to start the domestication of this one, knowing that this is going to feed into the common Africa's first common agropoles in between the two countries. Now we're talking about the guidelines itself. The objective is to provide guiding principles for strengthening the policy, regulatory, and institutional frameworks, and to serve as implementation tools necessary to support the creation of agropoles. I mean, we wanted out of this one, we wanted to provide to policymakers something like maybe 15, 16 principles. If you do those principles, it's going to be very much easy to come up with an effective, sustainable agropoles in Africa, something that is handy to deal with in the same manner that we did with the African Union, the guidelines for the promotion of for the regional value chains. Again, it's evidence-based with the 14 country case studies, and with the most important thing, with the contributions of several agencies and institutions into this one. So everyone, I mean, people who contribute to this one coming from different agencies, they're coming with their own, with expertise and knowledge, accumulated knowledge of their own respective agencies. The audience whom we're talking to policymakers, public and private sector. So it's everyone who's engaged in agro-processing and regional value chains should be a target to these guidelines. And the most important thing is this one is additive to the wealth of knowledge that has been created in this field. We're very much aware of UNIDO guidelines, which is a great asset. So this one contributes to UNIDO's guidelines, but within the specific context of Africa. One of the things that we take it into priority that constituted the conceptualization of these guidelines of a couple of African commitments that have an UN commitment that have to be considered, including the 2030 agenda, the 2063 agenda as well, the EU continental agribusiness strategy, and again, the EU guidelines for the development of regional agricultural value chains, and the safety is one of the most important things, because see, I mean, we can't talk about guidelines for the promotion of agriculture in Africa if we're not putting this rightly in the context of CFTA, which is supposed to provide an instrument to strengthen regional integration in Africa. And of course, the most important thing which has been added lately, which is the CAAPs. So this is why chapter 3, as we can see, as we will see, it's a provide conceptualization of the agropoles to CAAPs, which to me is a very important thing. So here, I mean, this is to provide you with the structure of the guidelines. It's composed of 5 main chapters. The first one is building a competitive agro-industrial ecosystem. Chapter 2 provide the key principles for a policy framework supportive of agropoles development. And this is one of the things that maybe Bertrand was talking about. And chapter 3 is agropoles as a tool to strengthen regional integration. This is where we do the link to CAAPs conceptually. And TFT as well. Chapter 4 is generating inclusive and sustainable impact. Here we're talking about gender, we're talking about youth, small enterprises. This is of special interest. I mean, it should be of special interest to all of us. And the last one, which is a normal chapter in any guidelines, which is how to provide principles of monitoring and evaluation and learning. Here comes the rule of having a knowledge hub is very important. Here in those slides, we provide content or some details to the chapters. I think maybe I will leave this. Of course, I mean, I understand that the soft copy of this presentation will be shared with you. So if you would like to have a look at them, of course, I mean, if you have any questions, it would be our pleasure. But the good thing is, which is I'm very much happy, and let me repeat it again, this guidelines is already has, maybe you can look at this chart. So the first box refers to refers to the whole process from where it started until the way that is going to be domesticated. So for us, it was a very great news that this guidelines has been considered as one of the output of CAAPs. One of the this was decided back in October 2022, and then we decided to go for a right workshop where we here I have to really express appreciation that this guidelines has been developed with the contributions from several of agencies sitting around the table here, from UNIDO, from FAO, from FPRI. So thank you so much for everyone who have contributed to this one. From FARA. So really, this is very much appreciated. At the end, this is not ECE guidelines. This is us. This is CAAPs guidelines. So this is really, this is to show that if you want to do something fast, do it by yourself. But if you want to do something that is perfect, do it jointly with others. So thank you so much for everyone. So the next step is going to be, we'll turn this guidelines after it's reviewed. But the way the reviewing is supposed to be taking place in June. Of course, I mean, we'll have to consult you because you are going to be the one to review this one. So the proposed date, sorry, the proposed month is sometime in June. We'll have to consult about this. And once it's reviewed, we'll hand the document to the AUC to kindly plug it into the decision-making processes for possible endorsement by the STC, which I understand is going to be taking place in October this year. And finally, we were supposed to be domesticating these guidelines because we're getting fed up of having so many documents on the shelves and sitting doing nothing. So we needed to whatever knowledge that is inherited into these guidelines has to be communicated to member states. But of course, here we don't want to do it individually. We want to do this within the context of CAAPs. So from now on, I mean, this is our policy in ECE. Whatever it has to do with agri-poles, it has to be done within the context and directives of the CAAPs. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's it from my side. And yeah, I welcome any question. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Medad. I think for the presentation, I think is a very interesting presentation. Now is an opportunity, we give opportunity to the colleague. Probably some of them have seen the presentation for the first time. So it's an opportunity for them to ask questions, and also any contribution will be very much welcome. So I open the floor. Colleague in the room and also online, please raise your name tag, flag, tag or nameplate, or raise your hand. Thank you very much. You can take the floor, dear Commoner.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, my colleague Medad. I would just like some better clarity on the simplest way to understand the agri-pole initiative and vis-a-vis the CAAPs, because I have been raising this question for some time now. It's difficult for me to delineate what is, at what point I talk about agri-pole and at what point I talk about CAAPs. let alone also, there will be requirement to present this to member states in October, as you say, to the SDC. So I would first of all like to understand the clarity, the difference. So because we took CAAP there for endorsement by the SDC, now we have to go with agropoles. And I just want to get the clarity, what is the real difference in the concept? And then perhaps we could look at the way forward. Thank you.
Good, thank you, Kennedy.
And in addition to Komla's question, when do you expect to validate the agropole, taking into consideration that we are supposed to submit all documents for STC by June? Thank you.
As Medat is going to respond to Comrades, I also want to ask in countries where they are implementing already the farm blocks. So how would they be different from the agropole? Maybe when you explain the difference, we may understand it better, because for me, I think the concept is almost similar. The farm blocks concept, which ADB and World Bank are championing, and what you are trying to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, no hand raised. Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Facilitator. Kamla, for your question, there is no difference, or this agropoles is not against CAAP, or actually you can't. I mean, you can't say like they are not comparable. In other words, it's not this or this, no at all. But to us, the agropoles, whatever we do here this is to provide technical assistance to member states as how to rightly go about the establishment of parks that is going to be serving within the CAAP. So because this is very relevant, specifically nowadays, we're talking about that network, the new concept of having having the commonality through the establishment of network of existing agropoles. This one will help to provide a solid basis to come up with agropoles that are sustainable, efficient, and within the context of CAAP. Because one of the dimensions that is going to be stressed here is to do the link between the agropoles to be established with the CAAP. So
what is agropole?
Okay, agropole here, it's if you go to the definition, if you go to the science of this, I mean, you're going to find that there are 3 or 4 terms that are used interchangeably. There is agropoles, there is agroparks, there is agro-industrial parks, there is integrated agro-industrial parks. So this is optimal. There is growth poles. So the 5 are used interchangeably. So if this is your concern, this is what, I mean, the 5 more or less that are used interchangeably. But when we did our scientific literature review, we come up with the decision, or sorry, with the decision that it's the most broad one, if I could say, is agropoles. That agropoles, it has all the other classifications underneath. So again, this is not, if this is your concern, it's, I mean, we can change it, not a problem, but it does not contradict with the agro park, if this is your concern. Or did I get you right?
Okay, it's not really like my concern, because you see, we're spending all the energy and time here discussing CAAPs, and you can imagine, I mean, So I would have imagined that if there is a thinking that build on strengthening the CAAP, as you described, do we really need to have it as a different thing to the extent of now developing it and taking it to member states to endorse? You know, I think this is just a knowledge that would feed into the existing architecture, because already we have the SAPZ program by the bank and all that. So I'm just wondering whether we really need to you know, develop this concept again as a parallel, or just a thinking that will fit into one of these existing architecture. This is why I find it difficult to understand and to write about it also, because I cannot make the difference. What one is this? Which one is this one? This is maybe I'm too slow to think, but sorry about that.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. I just want to come back a bit to what Kamala has been saying. Kamala has been having this position since the beginning, when we start engaging on the CAAP technical working group on this tool, actually. And the way I've been explaining to Kamala is that, okay, this is one of the tool, part of the other tool that we are using to strengthen the capacity of member states. So for us, we take it more as a tool, you know. And one of the critical comments that we are also making is whether this tool has something, let's say, additional or complementary to the guideline that we have from UNIDO on agro-park development, right? This guideline. So the point here is for us, we clearly agree on the fact that, okay, these are the knowledge management tools that we want to use to train our country, and clearly clarify what is like new in this one compared to the UNIDO tool. At the end, what you want, and that's actually the purpose of this session, is to say, okay, what do we need to take out of the to train our member states? So that's one part of my comment. Now, the other part is, again, let me see the question, like, do we really need to STC to approve this one before we use it? That's actually where the confusion is a bit, and then we need to clarify that. Do we need it to clarify? Because AUC has approved, the STC has approved the CAAP has framework, and anything that you are doing under the CAAP, normally, you don't need to take every piece for them to approve. But I don't know the discussion that was initiated at the UNICA before, and my question is whether do you really need to make this endorsed separately from the CAAP. And actually, that's actually John what Kamala is raising. Let's just discuss this freely and take a good decision on that. Thank you.
Bertrand, and then join and give back the floor to yes.
Yes,
But usually raise, yeah. Okay, after joining, I think you will.
May I? Okay, well, thank you so much, Meda. No, I think Anselm touched on some of the things I wanted to discuss. That is, the way I understand it, these are guidelines, right? The idea is to consider the guidelines, not the concept itself, because I think the concept is being used actually. In the case of countries like Cameroon, I think the discussion in Cameroon is about agropod. I think it's more French oriented, if I may, use that analogy. That's how I understand it. And the issue of the issue I have, which was also raised, is how do we make sure that we do not bring too many instruments to the member state, because at times our member state, I mean, some of the projects on the continent do not take off because our member states are just bombarded with so many things, and they get lost in translation. You see, so I think it's very important that we highlight the complementarity between this one and the guidelines, because this morning we also have a presentation on Eco Park. All those concepts are, those instruments are very useful, but depending on how we present them to member states, they can create a boomerang effect, and then the member state gets stuck and they're like, okay, you move ahead with all those things, but we are not part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it can be confusing, but as Jean-Bertrand said, let's focus on the content, the content rather than the Agropole. I mean, FAO came up with a very good publication, I think three years ago, on Agropoles, agri-parks, what it means, and other things. So but let's look at the content. I think that's what is very important here, because we need those guidelines. To country members, whatever states, they need those guidelines to roll out this, call them agropole or agri-parks or agro-business parks. That's very important. But as he said also, we need to come up with an harmonization of all these tools and instruments because indeed, if we keep presenting them with different brands, they look different. But to some of us, yes, we figure out the difference between this and that. But the content of the guideline here are applicable to the CAAPs as we are discussing here, and that's one. Second, I heard Medat saying that, I don't know, that somehow it is an outcome of CAAP process. Is it that it's even one of the slides that it's part of the CAAP process? Okay, so maybe the branding may be different, but it's if it's part of the CAAP process, so let's make sure it is part of the instrument that comes with this, and it's one of the very important instrument. As well. But maybe rebranding, but we should not throw the water and the baby. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
The question of knowing whether it's part of the CAAP process or not actually is important, and we discussed that actually. And I can say clearly, because this was put on our platform and we discussed it, so I can clearly see that it's part of the process. And the main issue that this document is bringing as, let's say, complement to all the tools that we know is those transboundary parts that we may not see in most of the guidelines. Even, and I'm not sure if the transboundary part is captured in the guide. I'm not sure. But I remember when I was making my contribution to this one, I emphasized on that transboundary part. And I said, this make this one actually unique, in the way it was solved. But now the question is, see here, what is here and always here? What do we remove, or what do we take as complementary to this to have one tool, so one set or two that we use to engage our member states? And that's where the discussion should be oriented. Thank you.
Thank you, Dijon.
It's not. My comment is, I mean, it's like John. I think as many information and documentation is important for the park development. But at the same time, we have to define. We tried. In UNIDO, we have to try to define what an agro park is, what an agro food park is, what integrated agro industrial park is, what is agro industrial park is, agropole, and so on. Because there is a concept behind each name, which is important to be clarified. We are working now on glossary of these terminologies with FAO, because they are also the same concern, because they sometimes used the one blanket terminology is called territorial agro-industry development or territorial development. So we are in a discussion with food systems Directorate of FAO to harmonize these principles. We have worked on 8 definitions, but now agropoles at the moment, because we are UNIDO are also working in agropoles in Senegal, and we tried to support also the agropoles in Tunisia some years ago. So it is let's say interchangeably used, as Medhat said, with other things, but in principle it's different. Agropole has less infrastructure or central processing unit, or what we call agro industry hub, or FAO calls it central processing unit. This is a large infrastructure to let's say to fill the gap of infrastructure deficit in developing countries. In some cases, let's say in a Northern Africa context, the agropoles are used, small, let's say, a common facility, but a network of researchers, agro input suppliers, universities, private sector associations, farmer associations, cooperatives in a certain area to collaborate and work together to create a synergy and accelerate the agricultural transformation process. It is less agro-industrialization, more agricultural value chain development, let's say in agropoles thing. But in one of the parks we are trying to develop, in the initial project in Senegal, agropole was meant to connect the small and medium food processing industries with agriculture, with research institutes and so on. So this is in a territorial area, but not with less infrastructure. Agro-industrial parks means any park which adds value or which processes agricultural products, which includes food and also non-food. There we have in Ethiopia, there are 17 agro-industrial parks, and then 14 of them are large, very large scale compared to the small agro-food parks we are producing, but they are focusing more on textile, on leather products. These are also agricultural products, but for non-food applications. We have then integrated agro-industrial parks. That means it's with a catchment area now, which includes support of farmers and connecting farmers and industries through a different infrastructure, aggregation centers, cold storage facilities, dry storage facilities, rural transformation centers, then an agro park on Central Park to connect all this infrastructure and hard infrastructure and soft infrastructure in a catchment area. So this is these are some of the basic definitions, but more will come, I think, before October, when we will launch the the integrated agro food parks guidelines in the World Food Forum in Rome in October. Then we will have a small introduction by FAO and UNIDO on the definitions of these different variants of agro-industrial or agro-food systems transformation process. That is in short what it is. But as said now, at the moment it is interchangeably used. We also in Senegal, one was an agropole concept, and it's a true definition, but the other one with the same name, but the government pushed more with infrastructure development included, but we use the same name. As Jean said, it is also a French thing. In French, it is called agropole. Previously, agropoles were also considered, let's say before 1990s, when the agro-food parks concept, before it was developed, it was used as an agricultural growth poles, an agricultural development corridor, where based on what Kofi presented on this, more focused on agricultural development, investment in agriculture, and necessary infrastructure for agriculture production, instead of going value addition and processing and so on. So this is in short, so we don't have to worry about the names because it will come later on. What is important is how do we, CAAPs, for example, now we have to define CAAPs very carefully, that everybody is on the same pot. Agropoles, we have to define at least in a group of people who are working now in agropoles, in our CAAPs, we have to define this is an agropole. Agro food park is this one, so that our audience, not technically, let's say, detailed in their thinking, must understand also the variants to make a decision and to make a choice when they develop the parks.
Okay, good. So I will retain that in terms of terminology, you don't have to bother about it. It's CAAPs. What we want to know is value addition to agricultural output. Yeah, the product from the production from the primary sector. Now, infrastructure, horizontal, vertical, whatever in
Eco-industrial power.
Eco-industrial power, everything, sustainability, everything is part of it. Yeah, everything is part of it, but it's CAP. We know that we do not want to, we want to produce our food, yeah, on the thing and also export. So I think
it took us 6 working days to agree on what, it's what eco-industrial park is. It was World Bank to define it differently. The GIZ wants to define it differently. Our climate change colleagues want to define it to bring in the issue of climate change into the park, and the circular economy colleagues also want to bring the circularity, the symbiosis, the synergy into these things. So the definition will be too long. Practically, it will be everything. So we have to agree. Yeah. Ultimately, the simple definition given by Christian Susan today in the morning is upgrading an existing park, whether it is food park or electronic park or the textile park, from where it is into an eco-industrial park, which fulfills 39 or 40 criteria. So this is a very clear definition. Mm-hmm. It cuts across all kinds of sectors. Mm-hmm. The park can be a metal park, a techno park, or a textile park, doesn't matter. What they do is reduce CO2 emission. Mm-hmm. No, that's very simple.
Mm-hmm. And I think the naming should not always precede the purpose. Okay, because it's highly likely that in a given country you might have different type of this special development. You know, in country like DRC, depending on the land issues in the eastern part where population density is very high, it's very difficult to have space with 10,000, 20,000 hectares. Then you need those catchment. So, you know, you need the integrated aspect. In the western part, where you can have 100,000 hectares of land, then that's become a different. So we should more be driven by what exactly is it that we are trying to solve here. Before we said, okay, as far as CAAP is concerned, this is the definition. That will be wrong, because we can still have different shape of the same geographical development depending on which country and what exactly that country is trying to solve. So, you know, don't put everybody in the same box, that I'm trying to say, by have a one label for a huge program such as CAAPs.
Yeah. Okay. No, this is okay. Sorry. I think I agree with John. Probably, I think I might need 3-4 minutes later on to introduce, not necessarily the guidelines, our guidelines, but the concepts of what we discussed yesterday and today, because there are some issues. How big should the park be, for example? Why not networks instead of having individual parks infrastructure? This kind of things are answered by our guidelines, but I will try to introduce later on, and also the different steps to also clarifying how we can move more into programming, and then how we do the step-by-step engagement, and then also define the roles. But probably this will, I need later on 3-4 minutes so that we can also exchange ideas, because they're the best opportunity now to discuss these things before we go too far into the implementation.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I hope our friend Demba is still connected. Sorry? Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Time to time, you know that I'm not used to those things. But okay, I think we can consider that the conversation is closed on this point, but we can still, if there's any point, we can still come back in one of those related exchange. So I would like to give the floor to Temba to go to present to discuss the key instrument and measure being prepared by the AFCFTA in relation with trade and investment. Probably if Timba is online, probably I will give first of all the floor to our colleague, to Mr. Komla, if you would like to introduce before Timba. Timba, are you connected?
No, he actually moved to some other meeting, and
yeah, okay.
I'm just trying to get him if he's back. But anyway, I will just touch on two key areas. First of all, I must mention that the negotiations under the AFCFTA is still continuing, even though we've had a good progress, especially in the area of trading goods and some other areas. But more specifically, I think the ongoing discussions around the special economic zones, how goods prepared in these type of zones, I mean, which will have implications also for the CAAPs, I think will be interesting. That discussion is still ongoing. It's a very intense one. It's not concluded yet. And I think once it's concluded, we will be able to also see how best goods that are produced in the context of the CAAP in some of these zones could be treated. I think it's the same conversation that needs to be looked at. And also, secondly, also there's the discussions on investment protocols are still ongoing. It's also not concluded. So still there is a space to look into it and see if there could be a real implications for CAAPs that could be okay. That could also be looked at in that context. That said, in terms of the transboundary nature of CAAPs, it will definitely benefit from the various protocols and efforts with respect to such as non-tariff barriers reductions and other things. As you may be aware, for example, there is a strenuous effort by the Secretariat to work on cross-border related interventions that reduce the time that it takes to move goods from one location to the other, especially by trying to harmonize border procedures. This is going on in the West Africa region, the Eastern Africa region, etc. So, for example, we are aware that it takes up to about 14 days to move from Lagos to Abidjan. Currently, there is a lot of work that is going on, especially in the digital front, to make sure that when you clear your goods from Lagos to Benin, you don't have to continue the same procedure as you go along, because the system is already harmonized in a digital way, so that the data and information is everywhere. At the moment, if you are aware, when you cross from Benin to Togo to Benin, you have to do the process. Benin to Togo, you do the process. And the same way, you have to translate the documents from one language to the other. As you just move 14 kilometers, you consider the same process. In Aflao, you do in French. In 2 minutes, you walk to the Lomé side. You do in Lomé, you have to now do everything now in English and that kind of thing. So the custom unit of the Secretariat is looking critically into some of these issues. While the negotiations are going on, there is also practical effort on the ground to reduce some of these barriers so that goods can be able to move. Let me see whether, because I was expecting Temba to talk more of the investment side of things. Or he needs 10 minutes. Anyway, so briefly, these are the three critical things that we will be looking into. One is what is going on in the context of the ongoing discussions around the economic zones and goods process within that zone, because I believe some of the CAAPs initiatives will be located in some of these zones. There is a lot of debate in that context currently. The discussion is going on. Then the second thing will be, okay, what is happening with the investment protocol? This has a huge investment perspective. And thirdly, what will be the implication, especially when it comes to cross-border movement of commodities, the context of value chains development? I mean, what are the implications and stuff like that? Beyond the general benefits that agricultural commodities will benefit at the moment, if you might be aware, in Niger, there was a proposal to ensure that trade in agricultural commodities are open immediately for head of state to give that consideration. So the goods produced within the CAAPs enclave will definitely benefit under the broader rules and regulations of the AFCFTA. But I believe more specifically, we need to look into some of this detail and see if there are specific implications so that we don't finish designing the CAAPs and then we run into this type of argument, such as what is the discussion going on now with respect to special economic zone goods and implication for tariffs and beneficiation for countries producing and other countries that these goods will be sold in.
Okay, great, good. So, questions? Yeah.
Just again, just to keep in mind that this CAAP initiative is really for you. Let's say that to triple that intra-Africa trade. It is not going to happen if it's not by design. It's not just because we are setting up CAAPs that will triple. There's what I call soft barriers to trade. One of them is, how do you plan to avoid unhealthy competitions between these two CAAPs that are producing the same final goods? How is it? Who is going to do that? Of course, it's also AUC I'm talking to. Who's going to do that arbitrage, so to speak? That's one. Second, the issue of standardization. Let's say you have maize flour, okay? We know that maize flour will be coming from different variety of maize. who's going to put in place that standard or that, this maize flour, I don't know, it's coming from here. The thing of traceability, for example, that, and this has to do with if something happens, let's say in livestock, the meat, who's going to be put in place a traceability system so that we can trace the meat that is produced in Kenya, arrive in Ethiopia, or even down to Mozambique, and something happens there, breakout or disease, whatever. It's somebody working on that traceability. And then the whole issue of food safety, because as we speak, we know, for example, in Kenya, they have, because of aflatoxin, this, aflatoxin-free maize flour stamp. So if your maize flour is not stamped aflatoxin-free, it cannot get into the Kenyan market. Now, here we are pushing, these CAAPs produce a lot of maize flour, like Zimzam, and then suddenly there are markets that will be closed because of food safety issues. So my point is anyone looking into those soft barrier to trade with respect to CAAPs? Because we can put a lot in production, a lot in processing, and then get stuck because of those things that I haven't yet seen in these discussions, if anyone is in charge on top of this. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Go. And then
okay. No, it's okay. It's very probably kind of support and reply to John's points. I think or probably in that case better that I go after the colleagues. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I was talking about traceability and safety and so on.
No, I think it's better for you because it's more technical. The question is should being the entity that is has to address these issues.
Yeah. I think John raised a very important point, but this is also the one of the purposes of the CAAP is to have this harmonization of standards, and then the park itself is not only factories. It has research and development. It has a laboratory. It's a certification system. It's also a one-stop shop for customs clearance and so on. So with this, it facilitates trade tremendously, whether it is in one country or it's in cross-border, the same rule applies. So in all the food parks, the issue of SPS, the issue of food safety, certification, even the eco label on the products, because we use the state-of-the-art environmental, let's say, mitigation facilities, whether it is solid waste treatment, it is effluent treatment, wastewater treatment, and even the greening. So it will be let's say much more than the eco parks, the eco industrial parks, because we put all the infrastructure for environmental sustainability and social sustainability also, so that it is beyond the minimum plus. It is the highest one. In the two parks are at the platinum level. So you have the platinum, gold, silver, bronze, and so you can be classified based on this one. So the digital certification can be introduced in the parks. So you have paperless. A person can has a code in his mobile, which we are working in a couple of countries, well, actually with African Union Commission, the EMBAR. So you have certificate, and the driver or the freight handler will get the barcode and then say, look, certified to come to Europe. At the Rotterdam port, that barcode will be then traced back the processing and the raw material used and all the processes the good has gone through. So this is a good advantage of the CAAPs will handle and then facilitate trade much more effectively. We didn't go into the details of probably, I don't know whether it is, we cannot add all these things in the project documents. It will be very bulky. Huh?
Okay. Also, just to add to that, John, I was not expecting that the CAAPs will be implemented in isolation of existing, institutional architecture. Those that exist already in terms of trade facilitation standard also and wherever, and those that need to be strengthened. There is scope to strengthen a lot of the institutions. And some of them, there is already work being defined by the EFCF Secretariat, but the Secretariat itself is not doing a lot of the things rather than just facilitating, because I am aware there is an initiative currently to work on harmonizing fish, developing a harmonizing fish standard for the at continental level. You find standards at regional level, that type of thing. The same will be done for meat also and other products. But then there is a whole unit within the Secretariat that deals on standard that work closely with us. So as part of the trading goods section, also they are the group that deal with SPS issues and all that. So, but it's not enough because this team is even small. But there's a thinking, especially for agriculture commodities, to ensure that first of all, these standards exist, and then how they will be implemented and harmonized. It's a lot of work to be done that is acknowledged. With respect to traceability, I don't think that is a big issue now because of the rule of origin protocol. There is already a system in place to be able to document. I think that is established already. Countries are piloting them. It was the same used, it was the basis for the guided trade initiative. If you hear that, it was to test the system and the traceability issues and to see how countries can comply to some of the practical implementation or trying to move goods from one place to the other to test the system. So somehow it's there because the negotiations are still going on in the various fronts. So we don't see the actual movement, and also countries are learning along the line to practice these things. But these things have already, in terms of traceability, etc., already been conceptualized. With respect to all the food safety issues, the aflatoxin issues, I think the colleagues in the commission, there's a lot of work going on. I think there is a new agency being established also by the African Union Commission, the Food Safety Agency, to look into some of these issues. But the practicality of it, I believe, need to build on existing systems already. Let's accept that our members, they have been trading anyway. No matter how weak the standards are, somehow there are things going on. Those things also need to be strengthened. So I think I've addressed the issue somehow. Yeah.
Thank you, moderator. I just want to ensure our colleagues that what Komra said, we are already doing it. We are already at the continental level working with ARSO on food harmonization of standard. Actually, they have stopped doing harmonization of standard. We had agreed through the ACFT protocol Annex 6 and 7, which speak on standards and non-tariff barriers, to use ARSO standard for the whole continent. What we are doing at next level or at even member state is mutual recognition agreement signed between countries. For example, at COMESA, we are having a mutual recognition agreement between Zambia and Zimbabwe, Malawi and Zambia, Kenya, Uganda, to agree on those more, what we call parameters such as aflatoxin, on the measurement, especially on the measurement. And we are doing also a lot of work at REX level on the strengthening our laboratories and assessors to be accredited at the international level. We are also having rules of origin. He already mentioned it. It is working. That's why we're able to trace where this good is coming in order to benefit of not paying taxes. So there is e-origin certificate being implemented. We also have what we call non-tariff barrier reporting mechanism. The ACFTA have developed one, but all the RECs have that mechanism. If I'm exporting a good from my country and it gets on the border X and it is stuck, I go into the system. It can be even an SMS. I report back that my goods are stuck and I have the certificate of origin. Then we immediately engage the relevant authority in member state to address that. So for CAAPs, we need to align with whatever is happening at the continental, because these things are already in place. We don't need even to reinvent the wheel, and we need to share information so that people are aware it exists. That's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Apparently, the province has said it all, because I was going to say the same thing, because it was a pleasure that I was one of those who contributed to Annex 6 in the CFTA agreement. So by default, if a country is any country who's a party to CFTA, it has to comply with Annex 6, which means harmonization, because it provides harmonization, compliance, complaint. It provides all those kind of details. However, this is one issue, but on the other side, it's do countries have the technical capacity to implement this? This is totally different story. So it's where this is why we have. I mean, this is something that we need to consider, is to provide technical expertise and capacity built into this area. I mean, COMESA is doing fantastic work in this, and AAC as well, to be honest. This is one thing, and the other thing, as has been indicated here, ARSO. ARSO is the agency that is responsible for. You said it very rightly. It doesn't do harmonization of national standards anymore. They come up with the African standards. But the beauty is these African standards have to be aligned and in compliance with international standards, but fits a little bit with the African content. So if an African country is complied with the African standard, by default, it could export it outside as well. At the moment, we're working with ARSO to develop a number of standards, SPA standards for export-oriented commodities. So far we have developed together, I don't know, standards for 7-8 commodities in Africa. Thank you.
Yeah. The reason why I'm raising this is because I work with AUC, with Amare team. For those who don't know, I think for the last two, finally the CAAP Malabo BR has a food safety index. And the first report was damaging, was a huge difference between what the country declared that they have, the type of capacity they have, and what actually is on the ground. There's a huge gap. So because of that, we need to take advantage of this CAAP, as Dejene said. Let's make sure that on those sites, we bring those whatever regulatory technology labs at that level. Let's take advantage of this so that it's happening. I was in Niamey last week, and I asked the same question. Yes, we have labs, but they ran into one problem recently where one lab in Niamey certified something, but that something, another lab in Mali gave a different report, and the product was returned back. So somewhere something is not working. And the rate of product, we don't, we we wanted to publish something, but Amari and the team said that it won't be good for countries. The rate of product that are being returned to countries, especially from the European Union market, is very high. So these are the products certified at country level, continental level, but when they get to the European market, they are rejected. What does it mean? It means maybe either the level of standard are different, or the capacity to certify that we think it is there, it's not. So that's why, again, let's take advantage of this CAAP and make sure that those capacity are there. We know that if it's something is coming from that Zimzam place, okay, it's certified with the highest standard that is valid for Zambia, for Zimbabwe, but also for Egypt, for Europe, for the US. Otherwise, we will push for production again, for processing, and then just close the market, and that will be very damaging.
Thank you. Well, I totally agree with you. It's a lack of technical capacity. Otherwise, you're talking about 2 labs in one country providing contradicting results. However, I beg your pardon that we shouldn't be considering CAAP as silver bullet that is going to solve all the problems in Africa.
No.
It's otherwise we are killing it. We're not helping it. So it's these are very crucial and critical issues. I mean, of course, nobody can deny, but I don't know how we're going to be, how CAAP is going to be considering all of these issues. It's we need to set priorities. Otherwise, we're going to end up shooting our foot. Thank you.
Okay, just comment a bit on what I just said. Normally, see, the way we have been discussing the CAAP along the way, most of the questions that are coming up is about, how are we going to perform looking at the barrier that exists. So in our discussion, if we don't consider what exists to address the barrier, we may get lost, as John was saying. You can produce, you can have a big processing and then produce a lot. But if your standard do not go into enter the market. So mean that when you are doing our CAAP, we need to pay attention to whatever is kind of conditional environment for the CAAP to be successful. And we need to, that's actually why we have a credit session. I was listening to one video, for example, on Dangote, who was actually raising this for the challenge, in terms of investment barrier. Like you get someone like that to a platform where you invite him to talk, like you're having a meeting in Durban next month. Imagine you invite someone like that to talk. You are talking about the advantage that he has to invest in CAAP, and he's bringing you that kind of issue, and you have nothing to say. You see, you are blocked. So that's actually why we need to know clearly what are there for them to know where they are going to perform. And the discussion that Kamala is, all the things that Kamala are bringing on board, these are things that we need to capitalize. To say, okay, these are the things that are coming up, and if they are successful, it will help, all the business people, to get the enabling environment to perform. So we really need to pay attention to all those. It's not that we are doing anything, we are doing our CAAP, but we really want to pay attention to all the things that will allow CAAP to be successful. Yeah.
But you did not answer one of the questions of John, which is the competition between the 2 CAAPs, for example. How do you avoid this one?
Yeah, there's a protocol on the competition. I believe it will be guided by that. But do we intend to establish 2 CAAPs doing the same thing and competing with them? Do we intend to do that?
I think, again, that is a very important thing which we have to clarify. The CAAPs are they don't produce. The CAAPs is the platform for private sector to come and invest, and there is no stupid private sector who will establish another maize factory if there's another one there. Yeah. So the CAAPs is an instrument to attract investment of the private sector in agriculture and agribusiness. So this in a simple terms. So if there is a lot of raw material in this place, there is a market in this place, and there is no competition, then they will establish. They have their own business intelligence. So I don't think this will happen. If it happens, it is very healthy. Also, it's good that if there is a competition between the two, probably one of them will go bankrupt and the other one will come. Exactly. That's my personal thing.
And besides, this is why I made the suggestion yesterday, or even the day before yesterday, that we should have a holistic selection or holistic mapping of whole Africa. Then when we decide to come up with 8 locations or 8 sites, we ensure that there wouldn't be high level of competition between both of them. So it's we need to have that holistic, I mean, from up. I mean, otherwise it's going to end up that we might do in something that is very specialized in maize in the 2 countries. So it's, I mean, why to put the fire beside the fuel? Thank you.
I think also, yeah, there's an issue of, I think that's why the importance to involve the REX very important, because when we see it, the CAAPs is just a policy instrument, yeah, to implement industrial policies, integrated agriculture industrial policies, where the issues of complementarities of policies, we have to address it in the continent. This is just an element to implement. So even in the formulation of the strategy, that's why the REX, they have the strategies. And then when we see the strategies, there should be complementarities. Otherwise, in the continent, everyone will be producing maize, everyone will be onion, everyone will be doing the same thing. So at the core of the definition of the formulation even of the strategy, that's why, as you said, there should be a meta, a super, that means this at the level of the policy of the EU and the other NEPA, where we do this analysis. We have been doing industrial policies at the national level, where, okay, everyone was doing the same thing. Now we see within the region itself, they will have to really harmonize. They will have to define, ensure that the industrial policies are complementary. Yeah, and also in terms of the investment, we know that in Niger, in terms of the livestock, they're producing also a lot of onion. Senegal is producing onion. Gambia also. Are they all put in place factories to process onion? No, there's also business consideration. But at the heart, it starts with the policies. Yeah, the integration of the policies. AU has a role, AUC, other NEPAD also to see it as a, because I will close because we see the issue of industrialization, we have 2 aspects. The AFCFTA address only the legal aspect of it. There's also now a strategy framework through which that will guide all this work, the investment of the industrialists in the continent. Okay, Timber.
Chair.
Yeah, okay, good. So I was looking for you for a long time, so I was calling you. So now that I'm happy that you are in, so you can take the floor and keep it.
No, I know that Komla had done justice in reflecting on some of the issues that one would have liked to touch on, and obviously some have been discussed by colleagues whilst I was following online, except just to indicate that, and I like the point that you just made now about the creation of this legal framework to support or to allow the state parties and member states generally to take advantage of the FCFTA to mainly even help justify some of the investments which could not have been made as a result of a disintegration of our economies, and probably if I can add, small the economies, and to that extent, we would have obviously seen the recent adoption by the African Union heads of state and government on the 3 protocols, which are actually key around these issues: the investment protocol, the competition protocol, the intellectual property rights protocol, because some of the areas, even though we look at them as low-hanging fruit, but they will still require a lot of R&D and innovation, and we feel that the FCFTA itself should be able to support such so that we can be able to massively support localization of production to allow us to consume what we produce, or produce what we want to consume. So those are key instruments, and we obviously at full steam in ensuring that we can be able to meet the July deadline in as far as the 2 remaining protocols are concerned. One on digital trade, which would also be a key legal instrument in as far as whether is it around issues of export trade companies that could be able to create some digital platforms to source products or primary inputs from a range of suppliers in the continent, which needs some kind of a legal framework to be able to support such. And lastly, the protocol on women in trade, and covering youth and SME issues. But of probably more direct interest to this conversation is about the ministerial, or the approval of the ministerial regulation around special economic zones, or should I say goods coming out of special economic zones, which is probably what we are trying to put together here. It had been an ongoing 7-year negotiation on how do we deal with that, and obviously the Botswana meeting, which took place in February, approved and agreed that the goods that come out of special economic zones, as long as they meet the rules of origin as defined in the annexes, then they should be treated as such in the FCFTA, and obviously if there are issues of abuse of market or whatever that could be identifiable, then we have enough legal framework through trade remedies to be able to deal with such. But I think it was an important, even though delayed, decision because we have a number of investments that member states with partners and development and especially development finance institutions that have put in, and you can imagine if the AFCFTA framework would therefore not want to treat those as products to be traded under the AFCFTA, or put extra barriers to get those products in the FCFTA market. So we feel that is a key. It's a key decision in support and even in support of this work under CAAPs initiative that we are trying to push. Some of the instruments, I think we might have referred to them previously, but we are obviously not just talking about having put them together, but we are now in codes implementing them. Colleagues might be aware of the recent launch of the adjustment facility in Rwanda, which in the main is meant to support countries that would have identified or would have lost income as a result of liberalization of trade, So we are looking at supporting those through a facility with Afro-Exim Bank to ensure that we can be able to raise capital necessary to support investments in areas where countries think they can be able to make an impact through projects that could be able to ensure continuous economic activities that are able to employ people. You will have seen the launch of the e-tariff book and the rules of origin manual, which I guess we would have as part of the ongoing awareness and sensitization programs that we will still have to continuously share that with the member states, with the private sector, to ensure that our stakeholders are aware of what are the technical details to ensure maximum participation in the AFCFTA. So I would want to therefore believe that as part of the awareness program on opportunities to be supported under CAAPs, that these are some of the key instruments that will be key for us to be able to share, so that people can then have an idea. If I pursue production of a particular strategic crop, this is what member states are saying as far as market access are concerned, or phased liberalization. It's critical for decision making, and probably before I even forget, the February meeting endorsed what we call an agricultural trade initiative to be headed by the Republic of Rwanda, in the main, to look at a possibility of full exemption of tariffs on agricultural products to promote intra-Africa trade and production, plus obviously the associated NTBs, which will still be critical for us to deal with. So we do believe that that initiative will also go a long way in supporting the CAAPs initiative, working together with the countries that will have raised their hands to pursue those cross-border projects. Colleagues are also aware of the guided trade initiative, and which we successfully launched last year. And we are looking forward to launching the second guided trade initiative in the Republic of Rwanda around the 23rd of June, which we're hoping would also be able to consider more products and also mainly in the agricultural space. So from the FCFTA perspective, those are, as I said, instruments that we have been able to put out there as guided by state parties and member states of the African Union, which we believe enable or do create an environment to help this program to succeed. As Komla said yesterday, we are now looking at identifying projects, working with specific member states, working with REGs, to ensure that we can be able to then test the viability of some of these things, and then obviously over time we'll be able to review some of the decisions that would, or further negotiate some of the issues. But we do believe that we have put a continent at a better position to be able to get everyone in the implementation mode and makes the FCFTA to succeed. Can I just end the chairperson? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Timba, for these additions. I think that complements very well what Komla said earlier. I think it's very good to hear the progress that is being made And that again also strengthen the case for CAAPs. Yeah, at the same times, I think both are mutually reinforced. With all this development, we have to move strongly with the CAAPs. At the same time, developing the CAAPs will also demonstrate the strength of the framework that is being established. Already the pilot project you're identifying will also validate the work you are doing. I think, thank you very much for this addition. I don't know, colleague probably may have additional some question. Probably I will just add that whenever we have those meetings, sensitization meeting, CAAPs awareness raising, we should also take advantage to promote the work, all the progress made into those protocols and so forth. I think that goes hand in hand. They go hand in hand. You cannot do whenever we have to really ensure that we popularize all those all these progress. So the floor, or we have to go to our farmers. Farmers after break, before break? Before break, yeah? Yeah.
One quick thing before we go. I would suggest that you commission a study on the enabling environment for successful CAAP implementation. That will include all the issues that we know, they may not look important, but you will have invested a lot to do whatever, and then just because the environment is not right, conducive, and everything comes down crashing. So that it's very important.
Since we had been talking about the agro poles and talking about this, the meanings being similar, now Medat has stepped out of the room. I would have wanted to inquire. I haven't gone through the draft of the guidelines, but I don't know if those guidelines on agro-pole development would have also been speaking to some of these issues we've raised surrounding the SPS related issues and some of the tariff and non-tariff barriers to trade that could impact. If we're talking about developing any of these agro-poles, I think that should have been captured if it wasn't. But maybe I'll reserve that until when Medat comes back. Yes.
But also take the Dejene's suggestions to make sure that when we design each individual CAAP, that those, the issue of branding, the issue of food safety, the issue of traceability and standardization are included. It's not just, oh, okay, we know that there is some protocol out there that it will be fine. No, make sure that it's embedded in the design of those CAAPs.
Exactly. I think if I just want to respond, the business environment is extremely important. That is a no-go. That's the first part of the feasibility study. Is for the pre-feasibility study, we do the conceptualization. Do we do it like discussed before on a monocrop, multi-crop, cross-border, close to borders, this kind of discussions. And these things come at the pre-feasibility study, and for the Zimzam case, it's already addressed, it's properly done. And then comes the business case. I mean, is in the environment suitable for development of the park is the first thing you do. They do policy analysis. I think in the case of Zimzam, again, they have collected all the policy documents for agriculture, for industry, private sector incentives, and so on. It has been not thoroughly done, but done. Done. So in the feasibility study, all this will be addressed. The institutional capacities, all these kind of things will be quickly addressed. That's why it takes sometimes 40 months.
Okay, good. So we okay. Thank you very much. A good conversation and also key interesting point shared. So now we give the floor to Pafo and they will make the presentation after we go for break. Before break, for the non-A, they do the presentation now.
After this one,
We go for break and then we come back.
Yes.
Yeah, with strength. Yeah, because the farmer, they like to feed people. So you not come starving. Okay, you have the floor, Elizabeth. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, for this opportunity to present on the farmers database and management information system that is used by the Pan-Africa Farmers Organization in the coordination of African farmers. So I'll take you to the next slide, and this presents a summary of what I'm going to present. I'll look at the background, brief background of PAFO, the membership, areas where we intervene, then the database and management information system, and what it takes to develop an African farmers database. I have a few slides and very brief. So PAFO, I hope you all know PAFO because we've been together in this, but we are the highest representative body of African farmers at the continental level. And currently we represent over 80 million smallholder farmers from 80 national farmers organizations with a footprint in 50 African countries. The Federation was created in 2010 at its Constituent Assembly under the sponsorship of the African Union. So for us, African Union is a very key a stakeholder, because without it, we wouldn't be having a continental farmers organization. And our headquarters are based in Kigali, but we work through subsidiarity principle with through the regional farmers organizations across the continent. That is our vision, mission, and the values. Maybe for purposes of our vision, we are looking towards a vibrant, prosperous, and sustainable African agriculture that ensures food security and sovereignty, including socio-economic and cultural development. For the mission and values, you will have an opportunity to read through them. So in terms of how we are spread, that is the PAFO membership with Umnagri in North Africa with 6 members, with ROPA in West Africa, with 14 member organizations, with PROPAC in Central Africa with 10 member organizations, EF in the Eastern Africa with 24 national level organizations, and SACAO with 19 member organizations from the southern part. So in terms of areas of our intervention, it is mainly representation, where we defend farmers' interests and we support farmers' organization capacities. We do this by representing farmers at different levels with the research institutions, like, for example, in the board of FARA, where we represent the interests of farmers, at different committees like this DCT committee of CAAPs, at the global level, for example, with AU-EU cooperation in agriculture, some World Bank committees, committees of IFAD, Global Farmers Steering Committee, FAO, a number of committees at FAO and others. So in terms of policy and advocacy, we also on behalf of the farmers lobby for an enabling policy, and we advocate and lobby for enabling policy environment, and we try to do this by building common positions and try to influence policies in favor of farmers. These are in different areas, like when it comes to issues of climate change, we represent farmers at the COP meetings and make sure that we come up with different positions on behalf of farmers. Recently, when we had the United Nations Food System Summit, we were actually sitting on the advisory board, but also we were very key in terms of coming up with a global farmers position. When it comes to family farming, we've also been very key in following up on the UN decade of family farming, and of course other areas related with agriculture. Then the platform also acts as a platform for information sharing and knowledge transfer, because it brings together experiences from the entire continent, the different regions. And we do this through exchanges between RFO to RFO, but also at continental level where we bring together all the farmers organizations in one room and we share all those experiences that happen on the field. Then we also promote women and youth in entrepreneurship and leadership. By this, we have what we call the Rural Women's Forum that happens every 2 years, where we have exchanges between women farmers across the continent, and then we run a forum where women also learn from each other. Then in terms of youth in entrepreneurship, we actually, together with Africa Union, last year, I think this year, beginning of this year, it was last year. Yeah, last year we launched the Africa Farmers Youth Summit, but also the Africa Young Farmers Strategy, I think. Yeah, the youth agribusiness strategy for the continent, but also PAFO has been leading in organizing this, and it actually last year hosted the second International Young Farmers Summit. And of course, other areas, innovation is also now on board as part of the areas we are intervening. So we're currently running our strategy 2021-2025, and I'll not go into the details, but it looks at those pillars, but mainly it is looking at farming as a business in the continent. That is the key pillar where this strategy, along which this strategy is anchored. And we are looking at a focus on economic services for our membership. But also when you look at the cross-cutting areas where one is very key in terms of my presentation, the third one is on innovation for farmers, where we are looking at ICTs, we are looking at inputs, we are looking at fintechs, among others. And in terms of our theory of change, I'll not go into details, but it's looking at really PAFO's role in terms of strengthening farmers, but also facilitating a conducive environment for agriculture across the continent, and looking at all the different layers of PAFO as a continental organization, where we are focusing at seeing a strong continental farm organization, but also not only a continental organization, but also strong regional farmers organizations and strong national farmers organization. So now that background takes me to the area that I'm supposed to look at on the database and the management information experience at PAFO. I would like to mention that PAFO works through a subsidiarity principle, where it plays a coordination role, and a lot of work is done at the regional level, but also at the national level by the National Farmers Organization. So the data which is available at PAFO is mainly through the Regional Farmers Organization, and I would say it's like a summary. At PAFO level, we don't have, like I would say, a database. It's only a summary of data that is provided by the Regional Farmers Organization. But at farmer level, I want to say that Farmers of Africa, through the National Farmers Organization and Regional Farmers Organization, we are all now involved in developing functional databases of our membership. When you look at all the regional farmers organizations, EF, PROPAC, ROPA, SACAO, UMNAGRI, at least every regional farm organization is already in the process of developing a functional database. But also when you look at the cooperatives and the commodity associations, plus the farmer-owned companies, they have data in millions of farmers' particulars. But this data normally looks at the gender, the location where the farms are located, the enterprises that most of the farmers are dealing in, the size of their land, the assets that they own in terms of infrastructure, let's say the storage facilities, the could be the other infrastructure for production, the credit that they normally take from financial institutions, and also the savings that they normally do per season. And this information is usually stored in various forms. And normally, for most of the subnational and national organization, it's through physical files. Others are upgrading to a computerized system. And this is done mainly in those organizations that are connected to their savings and credit cooperatives. And many farmers organizations also at the national level are using various SMS platforms to share agriculture extension messages. This is to complement most of the government programs, because they don't reach out to all the farmers. So what farmers organizations are doing is to come up with agriculture extension messages to provide such kind of information to the membership, but also to provide, let's say, market information, could be weather information. And we are seeing organizations, let's say Muviwata in Tanzania, we have Agriculture Council of Tanzania, we have the Uganda National Farmers Federation, we have Imbalaga in Rwanda. Most of these organizations are doing this. And this is, in most cases also, it is in support with, for example, governments, like a case for Uganda. We have UNFE working with the Ministry of Agriculture, but also getting support from the Uganda Communications Commission, and they are rolling out a profiling of farmers in the country. And then other farm organizations are also working with telecom companies and other mobile service providers to service their members. But when you look at this arrangement where farmers are working with telecom service providers, in most cases, it does not really confer revenue to the farmers, and it also puts their data at risk. We have, for example, Kenya Livestock Producer Association has been working with the DigiFarm, and DigiFarm has been, DigiFarm is like a program under Safaricom. That Safaricom has been running, but working with smallholder organizations to implement this. But of course, the feedback that we get from our farmers organizations is that the farm organization does not really benefit from such kind of arrangement. And it also creates competition between the telecom service providers and the farmers organization. And then for us at the Eastern Africa Farmers Federation as a regional network, we have also developed a virtual platform, Igranary. It is still in the pilot stage, but it is something that we feel we would want to extend it to cover the entire continent, because the whole idea is to create a virtual granary for the entire continent that aggregates data from all the members, that is those from cooperatives, from commodity associations, and other types of farmers associations. And the whole idea is to aggregate services by putting together a partnership ecosystem of the different off-takers, banks, insurance, inputs, and also mechanization. So it really works from the end of the market backwards by first securing, let's say, off-take, forward contracts with a big off-taker. And then you work backward because you have data on the production of your farmers. That data guides you in terms of the decision making on how much inputs you need in terms of seed and certified seed, fertilizer. In terms of extension, you're able to, for example, send extension messages to all your farmers through the system. Then also you can use this, for example, to address challenges to do with mechanization. With this information, you're able to deal with, let's say, tractor service providers to come and plow the different farms in the same locality. So on this platform, we currently have over 200,000. And by 200,000, I'm talking about the clean data. I'm not talking about the numbers of farmers who are on the platform. There are many, but I'm talking about the clean data. And these are farmers that are registered in Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda. But also through this arrangement, like I mentioned, it looks at building an ecosystem of the different partners. We have over 16 private partnerships, and we have already signed 25 contracts with the different actors. And we have also already traded more than $2 million worth of commodities. And by this, we are talking about soya, maize, and beans. So like I mentioned, the virtual platform runs on a mobile platform, and we are very considerate of the type of mobile phones that our farmers hold. So it runs using a USSD code, which is on every type of a mobile phone. Though we are also improving and upgrading to those that have, let's say, smartphones using other apps like what we call the CAAPs-TWG. And the farmers are trained on digital literacy, on crop production protocols. We train them on post-harvest management, among others. And on this platform, we also have data on the warehouses where the commodity is stored. So the different warehouses in the different regions where we're implementing the program. So the e-granary experience lesson is that we need a viable business case for any management information system to run sustainably. You have to develop a viable business case. So in summary, that is how it operates. So we have e-granary as a broker, as a professional broker, like any other broker on the market. So it operates on a mobile app. It's in between, where one side we have the farmer groups, we have the producer cooperatives, and let's say the individual farmers on one end. And then we have e-granary in the middle, which is bringing together the partnerships. And currently among the partners that we have IFAD, we have AGRA, we have the mobile network operators, because I mentioned we operate this system using USSD code. And then we have World Bank under the Global Agricultural Food Security Program, the MMI Missing Middle Initiative. Then we work with the research centers, IITA, the CGRs, and then, of course, the other service providers across the entire value chain, the agro input providers, the farm equipment service providers, the microfinance and microinsurance companies, the contract farming partners, commodity traders and millers, and also the data service providers, plus the aggregation centers of the warehouses. And then it addresses the 4 different areas: access to finance, which is very key. So we work with the different financial service providers, and we employ an innovative lending model to deliver loans. We've worked with Vision Fund, Equity Bank, and SACCOs. And here, for example, our loans are bundled services, where a loan includes the cost of certified seed, fertilizer, extension, transport facilities, and everything. Then access to inputs. Again, we support, the system supports farmers to have access to certified inputs. We all know there's a big challenge of fake inputs on the market. But because we are dealing with one big supplier, then you're able, number one, to gain on, to have a discount on the certified seed and fertilizer, but also you get genuine products. And on this, we are working also with Export Trade Group to have access to fertilizer and certified seed. Then access to agronomic training, we are using both e-extension and also physical extension, and access to markets for marketable surplus through forward contracts, like I mentioned with ETG. And these forward contracts usually have a floor price. So even when the prices drop, at least you already have a floor price, and the prices cannot drop below that floor price that is provided by the off-taker. So as I come to the end, I'm looking at what it takes to really develop an Africa farmers database. And the confirmation that I want to give to this meeting, and maybe all the other partners, is that PAFO and our members, we are in a position to develop the database for all our African farmers. And this is because, like I mentioned, there's no any other organization that has a footprint in 50 countries other than African Union. And in all these countries, we have national structures, the national farmers organizations. Then we have the regional structures, the regional farmers organizations. So, and we also already have capacity in some of the, let's say, regional organization and some of the national organizations. So it is easy to transfer this kind of knowledge, but also to share experience based on the work that we are already doing. But what we need to do is to, first of all, do a baseline, to consolidate all the existing databases that are held by farmers and the management information systems which they are using. There are several of them. Almost each country has an existing database. So can we try to understand and consolidate some of these databases? If we are trying to, if you're talking of CAAPs, let's say, initiative in the two countries, can we do a baseline and consolidate the different databases in both countries, and then try to compare and also look at the management information system that is used by the two different countries? And then we need to create convergence on the best approach based on practice and value chain for database development. This convergence, of course, it's going to be different country by country. So this is where we need to look at the best, approach that is being used in the different countries, but also the value chains that we are going to deal in the different CAAPs. Then for each value chain, we really need to map out the value chain partnerships that are needed, and we try and mobilize them. We need to identify the gaps that need to be closed based on the value chain partner information requirements. Each partner that we are going to bring on board usually have a reason why they are coming on board, because we are trying to build mutual partnerships where every partner is benefiting. It's a win-win. So if we are mobilizing the different partners, we need to first get information from each partner. Why are you coming on board? What do you intend to benefit from this partnership? So that all the requirements are put on the table, and then we try to identify if there are any gaps that exist, and then we close them. But also, like I mentioned, after we've done this, we've mobilized all these partners, we've got all the information, we've understood the gaps that we need to close, then we need to develop an operational business plan. I think this is also what is going to guide the implementation of the CAAPs. And then lastly, the value chains that we will identify, of course, will be based on the CAAPs priority value chains per region. We're not going to look at everything because you cannot collect data on everything. But if we are talking of Zimzam, then we are going to look at the priority value chains for the CAAPs in Zimbabwe and Zambia. And then we look at those value chains and we collect data and we develop a management information system based on those priority value chains. Currently, these are the overall partners for PAFO that we are working with. And with that, I thank you all for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. I think very comprehensive, a lot of work ongoing on the ground. And we see that there's a dynamic, and to also keep the pace with the development at particularly the AFCFTA. I think everyone trying to organize itself to make the most, to take advantage of the changing environment positively. So I think this is a good presentation, and then the work also ongoing. I think the different partners that are here, I also see that you are working a lot with IFAD. I think other partners will come also and support. And on the UNIDO side, I don't know what generally we intervene in the primary sector through mechanization or something, things like that. Yeah, and then but we don't know. I think we have to strengthen, because if the base is not strengthened, the foundation is not strong. Now, whatever building we can put on, into talking in terms of processing, industrialization, yeah, the business has to be there. We have to move from the survival agriculture to the business stage. It has to be business, because there are young people that we have to bring back into the business, at the same time improving the productivity of the sector. That require really a very strong organization. So we are happy to see that there are a lot of effort ongoing. So how we said, I don't know if we have to go through the discussion now, because we said we go for a break, and then if we do not have a lot of questions, we can take a few of them, and then we come back and yeah, probably we can raise our question, our request for clarification, and then when we come back, Elizabeth will react on them, and then we move to the next final session of the day. So if you're agreeable, okay, fine, thank you very much. So John.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Elizabeth. It's a wonderful work you I mean, that's we need those you know, farmer organizations. That's the only way to you know, make them a viable participant in all of this. My first question is, what will be your expectation with respect to, as a farmer, with respect to the CAAPs? Because it's going to be a blessing, but also a curse for some of your members. So you need to explicitly identify the expectations so that you prepare your membership and including yourself, because some of them might have to move to something else because of the CAAP. You know, the CAAPs will be a shock to the system, and in that shock, you know, some will, to survive, will have to transfer to something else. So that's one. Second, what do you need to become a reliable, as I said, participant, reliable provider of, let's say, raw materials for those CAAPs? Because that is one of the key assignment or key role that is expected from you. Can we rely on African farmers to be the provider in terms of quality, in terms of quantity? Because it is very important for whoever is going to invest in water processing units to be, you know, guaranteed that quality and quantity supply, which unfortunately it's difficult. It's still very difficult in African context. So what type of capacity, technical, marketing, management capacity? Because when I look at, you know, countries that we go around, yes, farmers, but not too many really have the capacity to manage a farm. They can farm. It's like the mechanical cannot necessarily manage a you know, a shop, a whatever, garage or whatever they call it. So they may have the technical capacity, but can we rely on them as business partners in, you know, terms of management capacity as well? So that will be my question.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Elizabeth, for this great presentation. I'm happy that you have not missed it, clearly, because this presentation is so important that I would regret if it was lost. It was actually supposed to speak to one of the sessions that we didn't discuss that much yesterday. It was a session where that we actually throw on IFRI to help us to think about how do we get the data, you know, to establish a comprehensive African database in a decision support system that will help to get information on food production, use, post-harvest loss, salt, trade, by commodity, by smallholder farmers, and that was most important, by location, etc. And this one was actually a request from the Minister of Tanzania when we were in Niamey. And the case that the minister was making is that, okay, we are talking about developing industry, and maybe it's thinking about creating more raw product. But do we know exactly what people are producing and the challenge that they are facing? And that's also addressing some of the questions that you are raising, like farmers, maybe in a certain area, might be enough, for us to get the raw material that we need to run the industry, and to make that decision, we need those data. How do we make sure that we get all those data on time to be able to make that decision? Kennedy was telling me, maybe if you put all the African farmers together, we have already our CAAPs, maybe, yes. So it's very critical for us to have that database, that information that actually is missing. And the reflection, actually the reason why we are asking this presentation from Pathway is to know whether they have that connectivity with the farmers, they have the system that help them to get those information. And I'm happy that they have seen that they are built, they're actually trying to do. So what we need to do maybe is to decide how to build on that to have a kind of African-wide system that give us information on what every farmer is doing, and actually it helps to know the challenge that they are facing. Most of the farmers are actually losing bulk of product that they are producing just because they don't have roads. So a CAAP can only be just give them road for to get the road product to the industry. So this exercise will be very important, and I'm sure based on the last recommendation that Elizabeth made, we actually need to reflect more to decide on how do we come up with a system that gives us the detailed information on what every farmer is doing in whatever corner they are on the continent. So thank you.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Elizabeth, for this presentation. I'm so excited to know that we have at least 200,000 farmers, very organized, and you actually coordinating this group of people. Congratulations. I think we also need to, in the context of CAAPs, for example, to consider, this aggregate of farmers in other options of investment that will benefit them also in the context of CAAP. For example, if I manage 200,000 farmers, or maybe a quarter of that 50,000 farmers, there's no reason why they should not have their own fertilizer factory. will be feeding, because that's a big market, and if these people, why should they be buying fertilizer, importing fertilizer and stuff like that? If you have 20,000 farmers to supply fertilizer to, that is a market industry on its own. That's the downstream of the production side. On the upstream, there's no reason why these farmers should not have their own milling facility to, mill their own stuff within the CAAP enclave and sell a finished product and make more money than individual farmers having 1 acre just making small. So for me, it's good to, there's no reason why the farmers should not have their own bank. If every farmer contributes $100, so somehow for me, there's a lot we can do with your farmers. Just give me a quarter of them also. Thank you.
Okay, good. So, Karin? Karin online?
Thank you, Victor. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for the presentation, Elizabeth. That was really insightful and exciting to see the work that is being done to bring the farmers together. Mine is to follow up on John's question on how can we support PAFO to actually supply consistently to the CAAPs in terms of quality and quantity, and also especially looking at the supply chains, making the supply chains more localized. I have seen this trend whereby private sector partners are looking for semi-processed products and they cannot find, like in lump sum, it's only small little groups of farmers, but not the quantities that they're looking for. And so they end up importing from Europe and other areas, like we saw in Zambia when we visited one of the agro parks. And I've also seen this with the South African companies where they're looking for semi-processed products, but they can't find. So probably you could consider that also in the response. How best can we organize farmers? And I know this one is also heavily science-based and working with research institutions. Thank you.
Thank you for the contribution. I think we take note of that, and then when we come back, there will be a reaction from the thing. So if we do not have other contribution, yeah.
No, I just want to say something that there are many approaches that can be considered, maybe at the stage of feasibility study, whereby we can look at different models or approaches of involving farmers. For example, from FAO experience, we have this approach which is called territorial approach to this agro-park development. Another one is agro-corridor development, where it's focused on specific commodity, but involving a group or community of farmers to be part of it. So I think it's good that we are discussing it now, but at a maybe later stage, all these options could be considered and see which one is best for which common park. Yeah. Okay.
So let's consider that we have to close the agenda of the day. Yeah, we try to do, because it's a very useful, fruitful discussion. We are addressing issues that will be very helpful. Now that we are more or less entering towards the programmation, the groundwork. So those are issues we have to really address. We should not be limited by say we have to stop at 5 and then things like that. Okay, good. Thank you very much. Now, colleague online. So we go for a break and then we will send you an email, a link for the virtual break, okay? Thank you very much. Is a 15-minute break.
Just to show a slide here on where we are coming from on this particular activity. It was part of the decision that was not the decision comment from the member state. This is one of the one paragraph of the STC report, and the STC report that time requests the African Union to build the capacity of member state on the CAAPs. So actually, that's the reference paragraph that is guiding this particular activity. So we have budget for it under the African Bank grant, and the grant is actually just a kind of seed money and catalytic money, right? And we use part of it, and there was actually 100,000 that was, let's say, allocated to this activity. And looking at the way we are planning to implement activity, the member state engagement with members normally, based on our experience with the BR, we engage with them by region. So I'm just using the structure of the engagement that we have under the BR to show you how it's organized. Normally we split the engagement per region. We have 5 regions here: Central Africa, Eastern Africa, Northern Africa, Southern Africa, West Africa. And every region has a number of member states based on the AU classification. And so for each of the regional constitution, we are going to bring all these member states together for each of the region, and also the regs that cover that particular region. And as you know, in Africa, you can see one country belonging to many regs. So based on that concept, we actually, under the BR process, also decide on the grouping of the regs as well. So when we talk about, let's say, Northern Africa, Central Africa, for example, you see 9 countries here for Central Africa, but you have to see what are the regs that are intervened in Central Africa. So you have ECAS, SADC, COMESA, and SADC probably because Angola is belonging both to SADC and ECAS. And you see, for example, let me use Eastern Africa. I think Zimbabwe is classified under Southern Africa. You see, right? So if you look at Southern Africa classification, you have 12 countries. And then for the RECs that had to be involved during that consultation, Southern Africa, you have SADC and COMESA, right? So the bigger number of RECs is in Eastern Africa, where you have EAC, IGAD, COMESA, and SADC, you know, based on the belonging of the country that are member. So we are using the same model to do our regional engagement with the country for the CAAP, and this is to implement the decision of the minister to strengthen the capacity, you know, on the CAAP. So the question here is, okay, how do we go about strengthening the capacity? So when we meet with them, what do we discuss? You know, we have actually asked for all these data of the presentation to know exactly what are the emerging or important issues that we need to bring to the member state. We see a lot of thematic issues when the guidelines was presented by UNIDO, also by UNECA and other presentation that could contribute. So the point here for this session is also to say, okay, these are the key elements that we need to bring to the market. Do we need to train them on the agro-park planning, for example? Do we need to train them on eco agro-park, things like that? So this session should actually to guide on what are those elements. And then once we are clear on that, we can also go to the level of, okay, how do we prepare ourselves in terms of module? Who is going to intervene? Who is going to lead which module, which institution? So it's not about doing that here, it's just about deciding so that after this meeting, you know, we go about preparing the module, you know, for engaging with the member state. And also one of the things that we also need to discuss is about the date. You know, when do we plan for this meeting? We originally, let me say, our wish actually was to have those engagement before the SCC meeting, so that we compile all the outcome, you know, for the regional consultation for the SCC, you know, to brief them on what has happened actually. But I'm not sure, looking at the timing, whether it's possible, because the SCC is always in October, and we have to submit all the document by July. So now May is gone, June is also halfly gone, and people need time to prepare the module. So these are the things that we really want us to comment on, so that we agree whether we can make it before the SCC or after the SCC. So this will be one part of the discussion. The other part of the discussion is how do we fund this regional training engagement? And we try actually to do a kind of estimate to know, first we need to decide actually how many people we are taking from countries. And it's about us deciding who should be the focal point for this training. And we are having a very interesting discussion during lunchtime, where we are saying, okay, looking at how our country works, you may be taking some from the agriculture and involving in the CAAP, and the information might not be reaching the industry ministry or the other ministry. And you have actually a good illustration from COMESA on that during the lunch time. And proposal was going about, okay, let's take people from a president office or prime minister office. So since AUC is here, you have two departments of the AUC that are here. We need to discuss actually how we go about the focal person of the CAAPs in every member state. And based on that, we need to decide also how many people we need to train. So if you take a region like Eastern Africa, for example, we have 12 countries. Let me use the example of Southern Africa because Zimbabwe is here. So you have 12 countries that you need to bring on board for that training. And you have 2 RECs. So meaning that participants from the coming from country are already 14. You know, if you are taking 1 person per institution. And now we have all the teams that are here, you know, because some of them may be going to play a specific role, like presentation on CFTA, barriers, presentation on let's say specific part of the mood of the guideline, things like that. So it will be about having at least, let's say, 5 to 7, even up to, I don't know, 8 person who will be actually supporting the training. And all that, we need a facilitator. So all that have a cost. So we try to do a kind of exercise to see how much it will cost for us. That's where the figure of 600,000 that I was flagging this morning was coming from, you know. And here first, we can come back to that budget. Is what we need to discuss here is to discuss actually who to take, like who should be the focal point, and how many persons to take from the country, which are the module, and then based on all those information, we can decide, okay, This is how much it costs. And later tomorrow, this will be packaged as part of the let's say funding needs, for all the things that we discussed during this meeting. And then during the resource mobilization session, we can decide how to get the money, to run this regional workshop. Well, the only thing that is secure, the only amount that is secure is 100,000 from our Afrexim Bank. That was actually dedicated to this activity. But based on the new development of our leadership engagement activity, you see how one critical leadership engagement activity that might require some funding, and we are negotiating with Afrexim Bank to use that money for that particular leadership engagement activity. It's also part of the thing that we discuss tomorrow when we are discussing the Durban engagement that will be led by African Business Council. So the issue of resource mobilization will come back to that too. So now I want to give the fallback to the platform on your first comment. First on the focal person, we need to start from there. That will be number one. And once we clear that, we go to number two on the key thematic issue that we need to actually bring to the attention of the member state when it comes to this regional consultation. And then the number three, we can discuss now, when do we think it can be done? And the other thing will come automatically, the cost and so on. So, facilitator, I bring the floor back to you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think it was clear, and then also you indicate clearly what you are expecting. It makes our work, the work of the participant, our work much more easier. So we have to respond to these three questions: who, what, and when. So I open the.
Come on. Let me maybe not on the organization first.
We did it together.
We are the same team. Anselm, maybe not on organizations, but how do we make the pitch to the RECs respect to the CAAPs? I think it's important to go back to what CAADP used to be. CAADP used to have two level of programs: the National Agriculture Investment Plans and the Regional Agriculture Investment Plan. That should be our entry point, so that this CAP thing doesn't appear as a new thing that you are asking the RECs to bring on board. So that is very important. And it's so important that we need the RECs here, because this is commons, right? We were struggling with the commons. So in terms of institutional arrangement, this is the the RECs responsibility to help us make sure that that common is really happening on the ground. So that's would be my, in terms of subsistence, we need to do that to make sure that the CAAPs is completely aligned with the regional agriculture investment plans.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to echo what John said. It's very important to link conceptually and officially even the CAAP to CAADP. So we have, what do you call it, an institutional backup, or we capitalize on the momentum of CAADP. This is very essential. But going back to your question on, and of course, if you remember what I said yesterday, even in private discussions, when we did work with the Zambia and Zimbabwe, it wouldn't have been possible without the support and working together with COMESA Secretariat. I mean, as a matter of fact, it was not our work, it was COMESA's, and we are providing support. So it makes a lot of difference to work with the RECs, specifically under like we worked under the COMESA industrialization strategy. So we had a framework under which there was that MOU signed between the two countries. So again, this is provide justification as why we have to deal with the RECs. But coming back to your question, let me ask you this question. Why do we need to bother about knowing the focal point of this moment? To me, we needed to be a little bit more focused. I like it very much, the four phases that you put it. So let's let's cut the elephant pieces and put it in the fridge. Let's take it phase by phase, because we don't have plenty of money at the moment. So let's focus on Zambia and Zimbabwe, Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana in the first place. Let's invite everyone from Ministers of Agriculture, Trade, Industry, Economic Planning. I mean, it should, in those two countries. Then when the mapping is done and we are in a position to choose the other 8 countries, we should be in a position to invite focal points from those 8 countries. And by the way, it's not us to decide who's going to be the focal point. No, at all. I mean, what's going to happen is the African Union to send a message to the Office of Prime Minister, would you please identify your focal point? So we have to deal with this guy. I mean, regardless from which office is going to be coming or from which ministry. So to me, let's play it from smartly, the other way around, focus sharply on 4 countries for phase 1, and then let's see what's going to be the results of the mapping. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Anselm and colleagues, for the issues raised. To me, I was asking myself whether we are following a policy process or whether we are following a project development process. Because if we are following a policy process, then we continue to look at what we have in the STC report and we try to implement. But that's purely policy. But if we are following a policy development process, I mean a project development process, then we take stock of what we've discussed over the past couple of days. And we've clearly come to the realization that we need to prioritize, you know, the 2 projects and see where we start, right? So in terms of whether we are looking at these 5 recs, I think someone put it, you know, the other recs will come on board when we get to that stage. And if we have plenty money, we could invite them to join the conversation we'll be having on the Zimzam and on the Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana. But so let's first agree what we want to prioritize. Then once we've done that, then we should be able to say we need to bring on board all the stakeholders, because I agree that the decision regarding the focal point is not something that is going to just be made like that, because the countries need to understand what they are, you know, heading towards. And depending on how they structure the CAAP, depending on what the focus is going to be, then they themselves will tell you this agency is going to lead, or this other agency. I mean, these are going to be the various stakeholders. So I think we need to get to that. And just to be exhaustive on my intervention, I think we also need to clearly determine what the next steps in terms of project development are going to be. Because that will also help us to come up with a realistic budget that we can present, make the case for it, probably to a number of financial institutions, and get something implemented. But if we keep focusing on the policy approach, you know, it's becoming a bit difficult for me to envisage how we really move forward in terms of, you know, having milestones which then lead to, you know, the next phase. Final point when it comes to stakeholders, and I wanted to raise this question with Elizabeth. I think we also need to bring on board the private sector, but not private sector organizations. African private sector who are doing farming, which could be scaled up, because like we said, one of the things we need to factor in is flexibility in the model, because we haven't yet got to a point where we can say, okay, it's going to be solely led by the government. You see, there was the issue of funding. You know, how do you, because you're talking about billions. You know, we discussed this I mean, informally at lunchtime. You're looking at investing probably millions, you know, perhaps billions is too big, but millions of dollars, you know, in the next 3 to 5 years to get one of those CAAPs project work. And what if, and since we're looking at brownfield, what if you have a private sector who already has a farm and who would like to scale it up in the context of the CAAP? So I think it's also time that we drill down to very specific issues that we want to do. Let's identify in those 4 countries, you know, private sector entities. Of course, the government will always be part of the conversation, but let's bring on board private sector who are doing, who are in the agribusiness. Let's bring them to the table, because they may actually see interest and say, well, we are very much interested. If you're going to bring the government around the table, to maybe it will facilitate the whole conversation. And as we do that, we may actually realize that some of the hurdles that we are talking about, that at least for the first phase, we may not have to worry about them. So I think we need to have that conversation going forward. I stop here for now.
Very much, Bertrand, for your intervention. It's true that as a facilitator, I take note and then probably I ask who's the next, but at the same time, something is punching me to take as a participant also. I don't know if I will not abuse my position, but I'll first of all give the floor to somebody else, someone else who would like to take the floor. Yeah, okay.
A very quick question to answer, probably. I think who will be leading this process when we consult Rexit? Are they going to be in a driving seat? There will be, or if we connect it, as colleague said, with the CAAP, would it change the ownership of the program, the project? I think these are things which might to clarify. That is, it's important.
The discussion has been very interesting now, and I think the guidance that I'm getting, and based on what is being presented and also what I'm discussing with colleagues here, is that we need to be more focused. You know, the policy process, the way Bertrand is putting it, might be lengthy and time-consuming, and we don't know where we are heading to. But the project development process might be what we need to prioritize. And as Medad put it, let's start with the country where we had the CAAP demonstration project. Like the region, like we start with, let's say, COMESA with the 2 countries, and then we move to ECOWAS with the 2 countries, and we go ahead, right? Yes. So I think this will be part of our decision to take here, because anything that we are doing, well, we want to back up everything with a decision that is taken by any particular group, so that we don't say, this CAAP secretary have decided this, doing this without consulting. So it's very important for us actually to get this buy-in, and I'm happy the AUC here, and they're actually the one leading this, like all this process and this idea. So I will also appreciate that we take it like that. We go for, this policy, let's say project development process. But now my worry will be also looking at the political process. Most of the time, there are a series of the decisions that are taken, and then the SEC and so on. So how do we make sure that anything that you are doing under the project development process are not maybe undermined by the political process? Like, let's say during the STC meeting, member says something about, okay, why did you go this direction? Why we are not consulting like that? And I'll leave this to AUC maybe to guide us on that. Actually, remember the discussion on the CAAP demonstration project and so on. Yeah.
On the principle of subsidiarity.
Mike.
The principle of subsidiarity, we have our development agency, which is NEPAD. And therefore, if there's a decision that is made like that, NEPAD takes it in conjunction with the commission and they implement. So that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
and that's why we have them here.
Okay. I think that's a very interesting shortcut. Yes. Yes. Okay.
Probably is more question now if we go into ECOWAS and COMESA, for example, COMESA I think is already a done deal because of those consultations and the countries are identified. If you go to ECOWAS and ECOWAS says, look, why Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana? Why not this corridor or that corridor? Huh? So we have to be prepared also to say, look, it should not be us who will say, look, here is, we have identified for you this corridor. Huh? I say that they might say, look, oh no, I think we have other alternative. Huh? So we have to be prepared for this. This is why, I mean, say first, a proper mapping and coming up and shortlisting and focusing on one or two is probably politically correct.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to take the floor here. Yeah. First of all, I would like to start with, okay, the policy process and the project process. In fact, the project process feed the policy project, process. I had a mission in ECAS in January, yeah, because UNIDO, in its new approach with the summit outcome, we are working towards the DDG mentioned a bit about the UNIDO strategy, is to really strengthen our work at the regional level, working closely with the RECs, supporting them to accelerate the implementation of the regional strategy. Is our mandate to help the member state. And we know what the economy of scale, working from the RECs entry point and supporting them. So we had a mission. We had discussion like this with all the department. I was surprised that they have a focal point there. He told me, no, I know the project. I'm the one with the focal point. Yeah. So that's what I don't know if they have interacted already with you. This is ECAS. And when we consider the project, in the project, the phasing should not confuse us. We are not in the phase, because when we talk about phasing, it's a sequential process. Here we are in a simultaneous process. We do not wait till we finish one phase to start. That means we can start the first priority, but at the same time, opportunities can come to the priority 2 things. So the project approach means that we have a common project that include all we want to do, include the mapping, and we present it to the potential partner. Partner can come depending on the priorities, and we find ourselves that, in fact, what we put priority 1 or priority 2, priority 3 even can come priority 2, and so forth. That is one, yeah. And the second point, the mapping exercise. We cannot do the mapping exercise without involving the RECs. They have to be informed, and then we are not going to inform them individually. First of all, the project approach implies that we inform the RECs on the onset. That is one. And the 2, we will go to the donors, to the partners. They will start asking you how what you want to do is aligned with the regional industrial strategy, the regional economic strategy, and so forth. Have you consulted with the RECs, all those things? And then we will say, no, we wait first of all that, and then we go to the RECs. So all those things. So I think there's a transversal work stream we have to undertake in terms of, first of all, of mobilization. We have, for me, is my suggestion, based on what I mentioned. That means we can convene all the RECs because they have the responsibility in this work. We are just preparing, but in terms of doing the work on the ground, and even when we mention other NEPAD and the RECs, they are the same coins. The thing, because other NEPAD, they have the implementing role, but they do it through the RECs. Yeah, so they convene the RECs. First of all, we have to discuss with the RECs. We have to inform them what we want to do, how we want to do. So they will ask us questions and so forth. Now they will go back to prepare the people, the member state. They discuss all those things. We cannot go straight with them. You don't know the language. They have the political language. They have the preoccupation. So we have to prepare the whole work with the RECs on the guidance of the other NEPAD. We have a meeting. We present the whole thing. They are the one to guide us. Okay, this and that, do this and that, this period is good. Okay, add this thing. We are all. They will ask us some question that will help us, even in our agenda, to move forward. So when they are informed, now we say, okay, now we have individual with each region. With each region now we can, depending, at the same time, let's say we go and meet a donor, European Union. We present the project, and European Union called the RECs. They call the representative in those RECs. They say, this thing we are not aware. That means it's killed already. It's killed already. So they will do it the first time. The first action they will do when they receive the project is to call the representative in the RECs. Have you heard about this thing? If this guy say no, as we do in our, even in UNIDO, if the guy who approved your concept, he called me, this guy has consulted you for this thing. If I say no, he just reject. He says things, it's the same thing. So I think to be on the safe side, let us invite all the RECs, other the NEPAD thing, because you are in the implementation, and then we discuss, we interact. And now we come up with people. They will tell us people, SADC, they have their own way of doing the Southern own. The Eastern, they have their own thinking, the Central, the Western, the Northern, is the Africa. Okay, for us, this is how we want the presentation when we meet. Do this way, this way, this way. This is our priority. AFCFTA is to be there, inform us on AFCFTA framework and so on, where you stand, so that we have opportunities. And then we will come up with opportunities for this, your priorities, because there are things going on there. They will tell us, okay, this and that, you also, why not only 1, 2, 3? And then we will discuss. And then now when we meet, we'll be more productive. This is what, this is my suggestion. Let's do a meeting with the RECs. After we come out from that meeting different. I think, okay.
That's it, actually. Yeah.
Practical. That means now the first step is to call all RECs in one place and explain the way forward. Yes. And then we start the other process. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Even a step before the first step.
Okay.
Let's do our homework on trying to identify within those RECs what are the programs that more or less can be aligned with the CAAPs.
A lot, I think. First of all, the issue of priority and phasing, clearly. I was discussing with the earlier, saying that actually the way we put the word phase might be misguiding. It's actually not phase, the priority. Yes. And one can start before the other, you never know. It depends on, where the person want to give the money, want to put the money to. One can say, okay, I want to put my money in West Africa. So you can start with the priority one, another one can say, I want to put my money in this region. You can start with priority two and so on. So let's correct that clearly in the document later. So we are going to talk about priority one, priority two, and priority four, not phase anymore. That's good. So it's clear that the deal is made. We are going to already organize a consultation with the RECs, put all of them together. And this has to be led by NEPAD. So as part of our planning, when we go to the CAAP-TCT meeting, this role will be fully assigned to you. So you will be the one inviting the regs, under the framework of the CAAP. You convene the meeting and all the experts will come to support, based on what are the issues that we want to discuss. And we have to go to this meeting with the mapping, kind of draft mapping. You also have to go with the proposal that will be ready so that they know what you are coming up with. And now you're adding another thing, we need to also go with the scanning of what are they already doing in the region, right? So these are actually at least 3 critical elements that we need to start thinking about how we make them ready, for that. Yeah, that will be discussed during the, it will be part of the outcome of the discussion. Yeah.
And I think some of the working documents, the CAAP working documents we already have in place, if we could summarize a few of them into the working languages ahead of the meeting, that would be very helpful before we bring all the recs together.
This discussion will provide good guidance on the way to go now. It's less complex than what we are trying to think from the beginning in terms of having training to but still we still need to agree on what are the meats that we need to put on the table when we meet with them, So some of the thematic things that might be interesting to share with them. They might plan for at least two days meeting with them, because the way we're going to go, we can send a letter to them to assign a focal point to participate in this meeting. And we may be having a session where maybe let's say the leader will come to our opening session and the technical people can go into a deep, so that they feel themselves, in the same, let's say, moon with us when it's coming here. Yes. So we discussed about that also. Maybe we can discuss that later and come up with what do we need to address when we meet with them.
Can touch a bit. Okay, we are no facilitator at all. Yeah. So, first of all, I think in terms of this AFCFTA instrument, because it's an environment in which we be evolving. Yeah, we take advantage to really brief them. They may be aware, but we take advantage to tell them because there's a strong link between the thing is about developing productive capacity in the continent. And this is now that we have a space that's being built, we have to really fill that space. So information update on the AFCFTA instrument and the implication. And I see another point in terms of really this instrument of I will put it in industrial agglomeration. I will put it like that. Those infrastructure. Yeah, that means that we have to make a presentation on that. We should not bother them with all this intricacy, Agrupa, no. Is the principle of agglomerating, having in the same space more or less the connection with all those things. In general, agro-industrial parks in general, yeah, we have to clarify what the concept of that, and also concrete example in the continent with figures. There are example in the continent that speak. Yeah, we have to bring that to their attention, and they have to be aware that now that we are moving towards a higher, another step, another level beyond the national. This is what we want to go. What are the challenges? What are all those things, so that they can participate in the conversation and also bring how they understand, how they see, so that we have the same level of understanding. I see these 2 elements should be in terms of probably the element related to the mobilization of resources. Mobilization of resources, how to bring the other partner into the game. Yeah, that means the private sector, even academia, the different farmers, the actors of because it's about regional value chain. The actors of the value chain, what is their thinking? How to bring on board strongly those actors, so that we get also the feedback, and we move forward. But in the nutshell, AFCFTA instrument, the concept we are bringing what has been already done in the continent. Yeah, we can also share. We have experience worldwide, so we can bring them. We see the experience. We know the changes in some of the countries, and now we are moving to the next step, to next level of integration, because we are talking. Allow me, when I start talking about those things, you will see that when we are talking regional integration, why? Because we are working on Africa strategy. When we see the report on regional integration, we have 8 dimensions of the index, the conceptual framework. You have on trade, you have on environmental, all those things, but there's a dimension that we need to add, that is the productive integration. That is not there. And then the CAAPs participate to, that means the development of regional productive systems. You have national productive system, but the regional productive. We have to measure those things, and the CAAPs will be a very good platform. So this also participate in developing these regional productive things, and the mobilization of resources, the mobilization of partner. I think I see those aspects. We can organize ourselves around that to really, so that they are confident. We need to cement the confidence when they go back to the national. They also have strong argument to mobilize. Now we will agree on the time. Now, when we meet one, they have to bring all the people that already prepared them and the things. So we come just to strengthen things to move forward. Now, over to you.
It's a very good process. The context we are working on, the benefits and so on will be explained. What do we get out of this meeting? Is it an awareness thing, or what is the purpose of the meeting? Then if we know that one, then we can prepare what to say. Is it, then in that case, probably we need a desk research, a bit of, let's say, this is the area, a bit of technical details are necessary for them to buy in, so that to prepare themselves. If it is an easy awareness raising session, it is fine also, it's good. But then we have to call them back and say, look, this is what we are doing. So this must be good to clarify, otherwise it will be another awareness raising session. From my understanding, we have now 2 years of awareness raising. We have got the highest level support from African Union Commission and from the head of states. So at least the COMESA have been involved in all this process, are a bit advanced. So if we know exactly what we need from them, it will facilitate our preparation.
It's just a contribution, maybe, it's our decision, and we discuss a lot on it's just a contribution. As I said, the Rex, they know the member more than us. They know how they communicate. They have their political people, and first of all, bring same level of information as much as possible. We have to prepare the meeting with individual Rex. How to go with those meetings, what are the thematic to engage with, how to engage with. The third, the data of the mapping will come validate or invalidate things. Those people, they already know those kind of things. In the meeting, they will tell us, we think that in our region already, there's this thing, this kind of potential of this thing we want to do. So they will tell us, we can come up, they can also share some ideas on the potential CAAPs in the region, these kind of things. Yeah, they will tell us, okay, what are the constraints? We can learn also a lot from them. So they can come with a potential CAAPs that which the mapping will help to confirm. So more or less, we consider that we are in a dynamic. We are moving towards the national. So we start with them. We prepare the engagement with the national. Yeah, there will be guidance. Yeah, if you recall in Niamey, the side event we had, I saw thing. The question of the commissioner of ACAS. Commissioner of ACAS, they say, okay, we have the Zimzam there because probably they have cultural history, things that led to. But do you think that in other regions we have also the same things? Okay, what are the constraints? Okay, we see possibility here and there. So one Rex started raising some kind of, if you go back to his intervention, you will see that it will also help us to engage with them. Yeah, we see that the Rex have particular things. So this conversation could be very helpful. Yeah, and then the preparation, I think John also had a highlight that when we meet with the Rex, we go into the policy document, we go through the detail, and already we go with something. So we engage in the conversation. So we have to do that work.
Preparatory work is important. So the whole one thing I'm trying to bring here is we need to prepare a bit of research on what is in that region, in this region, will help the discussion. Otherwise, they will say, okay, do a bit of a study and come back. That will be the outcome of the meeting. Instead, we tell them, look, this is what we do, and this is what we do. Exactly. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yes. No, this has to do with just some element of background. Also, I know there were quite some elaboration on what we should consider. One thing that is also very prominent on the AU agenda, and this emanated from the extraordinary summit that took place in November. It's the reinvigoration of the industrialization and economic diversification agenda after the extraordinary summit of November 2022. And actually, there is a roadmap that was adopted by the member state with the contribution of the RECs and all the partners. So I think it will also be very good to look into some of the, first of all, to include those elements in the background, and also look whether there are joint projects, that were already also identified in the roadmap. I know Victor has been working with Ron on some of those things. Yes, so I think those are issues that should also be brought to their attention. I don't want to, in terms of background material, we could also bring some of the report of studies that we've conducted recently in terms of regional value chains, because it then provides an overview of, regional project or even continental project that could be undertaken, and could form the basis for CAAPs, because, one of the priority value chains that the study we conducted identified is on infant food. And infant food is, part of the agro sector. Yes, so those are some of the things that I thought I should also bring to the table. Thank you.
I'd avoided to speak so that I don't influence the discussion. But since you have put me on the spotlight, let me share one experience that we have worked successfully with AUDA-NEPAD under the IFNA, the nutrition program that they were championing. What AUDA did was to write to REX to introduce the program, requested REX to help organize meeting with member states So we had consultation with the team working on that program. We did brainstorming and we organized several trainings of REX, member state. So working with REX not very hard. You just have to approach them, bring a concept note, request for a meeting to discuss with them, and then agree on how you're going to conduct the meeting, as you rightly said. And when it comes on how we deal with our member state, we have formal channels of communication. I will use the same concept note to introduce the idea to member state while I'm inviting them for a meeting. And then all the partners are involved. And if it is a decision that REC have to make on championing the program, we usually have our technical meeting, like Comisa, we're having our industrial technical meeting in September. Then I will prepare all the document, the paper, even invite my partners or AUC can come and present, and then the document gets adopted through the technical meeting, then to the council, then to the heads of state if it is deemed necessary. But usually something that comes from the continental level, it's easily implemented at member state when it goes through REX, and getting ownership will not be very hard. So I agree with the suggestion. We can start with the 2 REX, which already have kind of idea of what to do on these CAAPs, and then other REX can come on board. Already, if I'm to call for a meeting for all my member states, I have 4 REX actually represented: UMA, ICAS, EAC, and SADC. Those are member states of COMESA. So if I'm call a regional meeting of 21 member states, already 4 REX are already inside that meeting. That's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
If there are still ideas, tomorrow we present a work plan, a draft work plan, so we can still share ideas. La nuit porte conseil, donc yeah. So, but I think already we have good ideas. The REX are key in this thing. They're the one, in fact, we are just preparing the work for the REX to take over and really think. So is already 6:30, I think it's. Do we have time to do it now? Because it's already 6:30. Tomorrow morning, yeah. Yeah, tomorrow, because we want to enter into a bit the granularity of some activities, so that will also help us to, because the more we go in discussion, we are giving the detail of things so that people can appreciate the work in the mapping, the site local selection, localization. Yeah, because when we say 2 words, but there is a process, so that we can also estimate the estimation, the time we can take, the cost, all those things, we can plan it properly. Yeah, and things. So even when you go back to your different institution, you can also well explain it there. So we all become experts in industrial parks, isn't it, Dejan? So the training, capacity building.
We will never become.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can we, just in case it was not planned, tomorrow, can we, as a follow-up, zoom into the ZAMZIM thing? What are the next step, concrete step for them? No, after all this, tomorrow, so that's concrete. It's out there. They are waiting. Somebody's out there looking for a site, for example. So what does that person should do, or what's next? That after he has found the site, what's happened? So let's have that, concrete steps for this very concrete one. Yes.
So we start tomorrow at 9. Tomorrow at 9. Yeah. Okay, colleague online. Okay, I see you. Those are things. Okay, we start tomorrow at 9 a.m. so that we have tomorrow. The outcome is tomorrow is the AFDB. So we start tomorrow with you. AFDB present the outcome of the summit. And Badea, they were? Okay, ITFC. Yeah, the situation is a bit complicated.
Let African Development Bank first. No problem.
Africa Development Bank.
Mine is more concrete on the ground, on the way forward. So
on the ground, eh?
better do it later, please.
Okay, so if someone should inform, because in the agenda AFDB received is 9:20.
Okay,
It's 9:20. So I think Monday may be prepared for 9:20.
Making a presentation.
Is a Monday.
Is
Monday. She said that Ansem, who is making the presentation? Is a professor or Monday? We'll check with her.
Let me check this Monday.
Okay, so and the whole of the private sector, we have Karen, the chair, mobilization of resources.